pain anymore, God. Everybody sing now.
Don't wanna sing about the pain anymore. I only wanna sing about the one night I dedicate my life. He sacrificed all to the glory of God. All to the glory of God. All to the glory of God. Just let me want the glory of God to bring all to the glory of God.
Lord God. Oh, wonderful.
Oh, what a wonderful feeling it is
No, He
to
is
know
mine.
He is mine,
And
to know I
tell
am.
about His glory.
Tell about His glory,
Redemption's
His
glory.
redemption's
Just to
glory,
bring
all to bring glory to God. All to the glory of God.
to the
All to the glory of God.
to bring
I want the glory of God. All to bring glory to
all to bring glory to God Almighty. All to bring glory to God. Everything I do.
all to bring glory to God.
And I live to bring glory to God, to God, to God. In Him I live and I move and I have my being, my being.
Is to bring glory to
Christ can be seen in me.
My grace on the Christ can be seen in me.
So that Christ can be seen in
Voice our people.
And we're back.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights, four lights. He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Compact. Time, Tyson get right. Hold all the way. He's looking around.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays, 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live, 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends, 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today, 95.1 FM.
I wanna take you away.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. For
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 9.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
We are getting straight to the football, or should I say the most important part of the Australian Open. And of course, big name casualties. World number one in Iga Swiatek out of the competition. Recall at the very early round, it was Ons Jabeur who was evicted out of the competition. But as we speak, world number one Iga Swiatek is out, and there is a set on course for collision between Coco Gauff and defending champion Aryna Sabalenka. What a tie that we're going to be having in our hands if both of them progress to the semis of this particular competition, the Australian Open. But in football, it's all about the African Cup of Nations and a bit of the Asian Cup equally ongoing at the same time. But what's important for people in this part of the world will be the Africa Cup of Nations going on in Cote d'Ivoire. And what's going to be even more important for Nigerians will be the Nigerian Super Eagles making progress to the next round. 4 points already garnered after 2 matches played. What's going to happen as the Super Eagles will take on Guinea-Bissau tomorrow by 6 p.m. That will be their 100th Africa Cup of Nations match in history since they debuted in the competition far back in 1963. That match ended in a defeat against the Pharaohs of Egypt for the Super Eagles. Great to have you join us, and a very good afternoon to you. Many thanks for joining us on the marathon edition of Today's Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. On a Sunday, we do discussions on other sports first stuff, and before we wrap things up with football. So today's not going to be different. We saw the places South Africa last night returning and being crowned a champion after seeing off Strickland, who earlier defeated Israel Adesanya. And afterwards, he didn't fall any short of calling out Israel Adesanya, and there are already talks growing ahead of a potential fight between the places and Israel Adesanya. Make that an African affair once more time. Good to have you join us once again. My name remains Reliable Reliance Udonyin, and I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. I have the company of Benjamin Mina in the studio with me. Great to have you here, Benjamin. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Port Harcourt and beyond. It's always good to be here to talk sports and, talking about our darling Super Eagles. We are anticipating that match. It's 100 game in the AFCON. So we pray it doesn't end in something we don't like. Hopefully, our own players turn up for the game and then give us something to cheer about. Score more goals. Nigeria need goals. Nigeria wants to see goals, especially Victor Osimhen on the score sheet.
All right, so we equally have Henry Ogugwa joining us. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Brian. Good afternoon to Benjamin and to our lovely listeners out there. Great to be here. 100 games in the AFCON, no mean feat. At least we shouldn't get beaten by Guinea-Bissau. They shouldn't, and let's just hope that it brings good luck for us. But I mean, such an historic feat. I think only Egypt are the only other side to have reached 100 games in the AFCON. Later we say we're not doing well. I mean, 100. A 7-time winner, but topping the medals table in the AFCON.
There have actually been 2 other nations that have had 100 games. Egypt is among them. Ghana,
Ghana is the other side. Yeah.
Cote d'Ivoire also have had 100 appearances plus. For Nigeria just getting into the 100 club when it comes to the AFCON, when they will play Guinea-Bissau on Monday. All right, so those are the voices of the guys you're going to be hearing on the analysis side of things as we take you through the ever-exciting world of sporting discussions this afternoon on Today's Sports Live. Of course, there is a bit of athletics on the show this afternoon, and I did promise that we will be having an extensive discussion towards the Nigeria Football Federation board sack. An appeal court sacked the board of the Nigeria Football Federation, and we'll let you in on the details. And a primary player for that sack, so to speak, will be joining us via the phone lines to give you elaborate discussion and conversation regarding that one. What's happening to the NFF-led board by Ibrahim Musa Gusso? All of that to come on the show, so don't miss any second and any single minute of it. Time check is about 80 minutes gone past the hour of 1 o'clock. Apologies for coming a little bit behind schedule, and we will entertain your thoughts via the SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933-9962. That is 0701 933-9962. The SMS on WhatsApp portal, that is. As for the phone lines, you surely do know the passcode, and I'm very certain. Starting things off from athletics this afternoon, high jumper Temitokwe Adesina Amata since 2016. Adesina made her second appearance in competitive meet in the US yesterday. The Nigerian who joined the Texas Tech School athletics team in 2023, being last year, cleared the height of 1.96 meters to erase Amata's 1.93 indoor and 1.95 outdoor records at the Corky Classic in Texas. Adesina, who narrowly missed the World Championship last year in Budapest with a previous personal base of 1.83, had always looked forward to competing at the world level. And at this point, it was an advantage for her. Now, with her consistent performances, it wouldn't be out of place for her to dream of a podium finish at the Paris 2024 Olympics. The 1.96 is just a fraction below the Olympics qualification standard. At the Corky Classic, Adesina opened her day with a 1.85 meters and followed up with a 1.88 meters before landing the big jump of 1.96. President of the Athletic Federation of Nigeria, Chief Tonobogo Kowa, was full of praise and for the jumper yesterday. He noted that it was thrilling to know that Adesina is fast becoming a world-class athlete. And quoting him now, he said, "It's heartwarming performance by Adesina. It's a world-class performance and I'm banking on her to improve on that record. It is a sign of good things to come as we prepare for the Africa Games in Ghana and the Olympics in Paris 2024. So look out for that name, Temitokwe Adesina. She could just be the next big thing when it comes to high jump. Of course, we already have the likes of Brume in long jump. Cut shot. Safe to say what he did against.
Some people say it was a fluke. Yeah, Strickland, decent fighter, but what he did with Israel was actually a shock. It shocked most people and most of the world, and yeah. It's one of those things you just look at and say, it happened. I think Strickland had beaten Adesanya once before, not in MMA, not in the UFC though, but it's happened, and it definitely was a shocker because Israel looked like he was unbeatable. He looked like a man that no one could come close to. I mean, how well he fought, and losing the bout against Strickland, it was his carelessness, it was confidence. I mean, confidence isn't a bad thing, but I mean, it was him being reckless because he had already literally almost seen out, and Strickland capitalized on that and became a champion. And look, he faced a man with Duplessis, 17 bouts unbeaten, yet to taste defeat in the UFC. That's a man that people have been looking at carefully and been looking at and saying that that's somebody that could probably or potentially give Israel a run for his money in the middleweight category in the UFC. Although Israel are taking a step back from the sport a bit, maybe to recuperate, to get his thoughts in line and to put himself back together. And Strickland actually losing to Duplessis, it's not also a shock. It's not a shocker. I don't see it as a shock because that man Duplessis has had a lot about him. He crumbled and he came up against the man has been beaten, and that's just it. I'm not the one who writes these things or writes these scripts. Fate and life writes them. So, I mean, Strickland no longer a champion. Duplessis well deserving.
Okay. Now let's move further. And if you want to go back to the summit, which is being a champion, you take on the defending champion. Is this something you think Adesanya should consider at this point of his career?
Well, Reliance, I'll tell you, if what's his name? Israel came out at some point and said after the defeat after he lost his belt to Strickland, and then he said he wanted to take time off, to probably think and then know what to do next, probably recuperate and then come back to the sports, hopefully, as a better fighter. The man has said this, but I think if he's not ready, he has to consult his trainer and see. Mentally, I don't know if he's ready, but if you're not ready to come out and fight, well, I would say you should leave it. You shouldn't come out and fight, or else he can get beaten mercilessly, and that thing can actually disturb him psychologically. Well, but at the end of the day, this is his shot to probably get his belt back. This is the belt he lost, not because the man he fought was better than him, but probably through his own mistakes or underestimating the opponent, he lost the bout. So probably this is the best, or one of the best chances he needs to get to take in order to retain his belt back. As for Strickland, I think it's a case of Bournemouth beating Man City in the FA Cup, and then thinking they are going to do the same, against Man City. The man, he beat Adensea, and then he's a champion, no doubt about it. He was a champion, no doubt about it. He's gotten his hands on the belt, but fighting the South African is a different ball game, and we all know that it's not the loss to the South African is actually not it's not surprising. It's something that this guy is better than you, so he lost his belt. But as for Israel, I think it's something that he needs to consider. On the other hand, he needs to sit down and think, am I fit enough mentally, physically and emotionally to go ahead and fight the South African, because he's the champion. All pressure is going to be on Israel to, at some point earlier, Israel thought, we all thought Israel was unbeatable at some point until he lost his belt. So it's one of the shots. He needs to look at his body, talk to his coach, hopefully, and then see if he's fit enough. Go for it. If he's not fit enough, man, just chill, and probably you come out you just take your time, rest, train, and then come back a better fighter.
Now, if he has to take his time out and continue, when he returns and deem himself eventually fit for a fight, he might have to climb the ladder again, because in the world of combat sports, we've done something over time about having a mandatory challenger according to organizers, even though it does not apply exactly at the UFC. Here is Anthony Joshua, for instance. He's looking at climbing again to have a shot at the title after losing back-to-back to Alexander Usyk. So isn't this a proper, should I say, the best shot at the title that Israel should come back and grab it with his full hands, get in there, get the job done, and probably become a world champion again?
Funny enough, Israel knows what's best for him, not the fans, not the organizers, not us, the neutrals, or let's say fans, because a lot of us are fans of Israel at this one. Let's say it as it is, the Nigerian factor and all that stuff. It's not us that would determine that. It's Israel, and he has to come out or come back when he's ready. If he has to climb the ladder again, when he feels he's ready, when he comes back, he has to climb the ladder again. All fine and good for the man. He's done it before in the past. You look at the middleweight category in the UFC, and you're like, who can actually take on Israel at this one? Yeah, nobody, literally nobody. Probably only Duplessis. You see that and say that this man could probably do something or hurt the man. But Israel looks unrivaled, or is unrivaled in the middleweight category, and at the point we felt like who was going to beat him. So if it has to come down to him climbing up the ladder again, he'll have to do it, and he has the ability to do it. You use that to Joshua as an example. Yes, people don't say he's not a proper boxer, he's not the strongest of the big guys, but Joshua is actually climbing up the top, and he has been beating everybody he's been facing. So when you have the quality, you have the quality. So for Israel like this, I just think it's about him just calming down and doing what he thinks is best for him. If he's not mentally ready, like Benjamin said, there's no need coming back, because combat sports is about mentality. Your mentality matters a lot. If the mentality is not there, you'll be beaten, you'll be killed, you'll be slaughtered. That's the simple truth. So if Israel is not ready mentally and feels he's not at this place he wants to be physically, then all fine and good. He should stay out of the sports. He should take a break. People might call him Lily Livered or whatever they might want to, but it's the man's life, it's the man's career that is at stake. It's not the people talking that their careers are at stake. We're doing our jobs, our careers are not even at stake. As we're talking about what Israel Adesanya is doing, we're actually doing our job. So the man actually has to do what is best for him and his job and for his health also at the same time. So he felt he needed to take a break. He took the much needed break. He's taking the much needed break he feels he needs. When he's ready to come back, he will come back. Only Israel can determine when he's ready to come back. That's the simple truth.
Now, can Israel, we had 3 successful victories, I can't even talk about the Nigerian nightmare, Kamaru Usman. He has had 3 successive defeats before deciding to chill a little bit. Then there's Israel Adesanya. Francis Ngannou had to leave UFC into boxing. So would you say that this will be the right time for him to come back and reign supreme again? Because at the moment, looks like this is the only toughest opponent, the only toughest challenger for Israel Adesanya at the middleweight division, except for the upset against Sean Strickland. Use the SMS and WhatsApp portal to let us know what you think. 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Henry, before we leave UFC, on his return, and we can inform that you've seen the South African, what can Israel Adesanya do?
Look, for Israel Adesanya, it's about being confident in what he can actually do. It's about being confident in his ability. Duplessis actually looks like a very strong opponent. He looks like someone who can match him and who can go toe-to-toe with him. But I also feel that Israel is a champion. He defended his belt multiple times before falling to Strickland, and it seemed like nobody could actually take him on. For Israel, it's just about being confident in your ability or in yourself if you're actually going to take the challenge or take the bout. That is as simple as that. Confidence plays a major role. You have to believe in yourself, believe in your ability, and believe in what you have to offer and what you can do. And I think that is the only way, or the way that Israel Adesanya can actually, will you say, get one over Duplessis. Duplessis definitely versus Adesanya versus Duplessis definitely going to be mouth-watering and going to be, will you say, a fantastic bout to actually watch or look at. But I think Adesanya, just even Duplessis that himself could actually be phased a bit, could be phased in a way. But like I say, it's about mentality. It's about the mentality. Even him calling out Adesanya shows that the man is ready to go at it, is ready to plug at it. So against Israel, so that for Israel, it's about him having the confidence and having the belief in himself and in his ability to actually get this thing done.
All right, so can Israel Adesanya stand Duplessis if eventually April happens at UFC 300, or should he stay back and continue his rehabilitation, so to speak, so that when he comes back even stronger than he left the sport? Use the SMS and WhatsApp portal for the meantime for your reaction. 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. As we make headway and go up straight to talking tennis. I did promise us that we would take a much deeper look into the Australian Open as we are gradually getting to the business end of the tournament. Novak Djokovic almost had a triple bagel yesterday. He lost just 3 games in a straight set win. I'll let you in on that, but let's start from the WTA, that's the women's category, as Aryna Sabalenka and Coco Gauff restored order at the Australian Open by easing into the quarterfinals, while Iga Swiatek's shock loss to Linda Noskova on Saturday means no top 10 sets made the 4th round in the top half of the draw. Sabalenka and Gauff are on course for a semi-final collision in the bottom half. Neither has yet dropped a set, and they lost only 8 games between them in the 4th round. Sabalenka beating Amanda Anisimova 6-3, 6-2, and Gauff raising to a 6-1, 6-2 victory over Magdalena Fresh. It was a particularly impressive win and performance from defending champion Sabalenka, who had lost 4 of her previous 5 matches against Anisimova. In the last 8, Sabalenka will face 9th seed Barbara Krejcikova, who ended the run of 16-year-old Mira Andreeva with a 4-6, 6-3, 6-2 victory. Golf is breaking new grounds, having made it through to the last 8 at Melbourne Park for the very first time. Next, she will take on Ukraine's Marta Kostyuk, who made the last 8 at the Grand Slam for the first time with a 6-2, 6-1 victory over qualifier Maria Timofeeva. Back to the conversation now, Henry. Let's start with Iga Swiatek, knocked out of the Australian Open. What a surprise that has been. Or did you foresee it coming, going by the level-by-level play of the world number 1?
Am I shocked? No. Swiatek reached the quarterfinals of the Australian Open before. No. Funny enough, that's one fact people do not know. And it's not her best stuff. It's a court that has been, what you say, one of the toppest. But I think her best finish has been a 3rd round finish in the Australian Open, and it's just one of those things. It's just like you're waiting. It's just a matter of time. Just one game. That one match, and it actually came to be for Iga Swiatek. But I think the way the top seeds are falling like pack of cards this period is actually funny. We had Elena Rybakina fall to Anna Blinkova. We've had some, we're talking about the WTA. Although Naomi Osaka, she took a year off due to maternity leave and all that stuff. She was beaten in the first round. Jedikova beaten, Ons Jabeur beaten. I mean, a lot of the big names, a lot of the names you actually expect to actually be in and around or be at this stage of the Australian Open in the WTA side of things have not done anything, have failed to step up. Luckily, we had Arina Sabalenka and Coco Gauff actually make it to the quarterfinals, but by the looks of things, they're actually going to clash if they do get past their quarterfinal opponents in the semifinals. So, I mean, that means probably one of them will end up being in the finals, or most likely, or maybe not even any of them might not even end up being in the finals. That's the funny thing. So Reliance, we might say a pop up from somewhere, and that's the problem. We saw a bit of consistency for 18 months or 24 months in the WTA, and now the first Grand Slam of the year, we're seeing something else happen. We're seeing a lot of qualifiers make it far. We're seeing a lot of lower seeded players make it far. We wait to see what actually happens, but I think for Swiatek, I'm not shocked because I just thought it was a matter of time. This is one court that has not been her favorite. It hasn't favored her so far in her career. I mean, when she wins an Australian Open, when she wins a Grand Slam in Australia, she will actually, I mean, if in Nigeria, she go Thanksgiving. She will say her issues are finally behind her past her, because that's what it looks like for the lady. I mean, Australia has not been the best place for her. Melbourne has not been the best place for her, but she just has to keep on going. And maybe next year she can do well in the Australian Open, but I'm not necessarily shocked that she's actually been kicked out of the Australian Open.
Benjamin, let's talk about the big name casualties at the WTA. So we are looking at Elena Rybakina. You're looking at maybe Naomi Osaka, of course, she's a big name. You're also looking at Angelique Kerber. You're looking at Iga Swiatek. You're looking at Ons Jabeur. I think hers was in the second round. Many big names have been evicted, and we're just getting to the 4th round of the Australian Open, and these people are not there anymore. What do you make of? What does that mean for women's tennis at the Australian Open?
Well, it shows that when tournaments like this start, Australia Open, this is the first Grand Slam of the year. Someone needs to make a statement, and the young lads, the people, people are actually making statements. Using the big ladies or the big ladies. Using them to make statements. It's something that people don't want to be small forever. people want their names to be heard. We are actually seeing it in the AFCON where the smaller teams are making statements, trying to, beat, in most cases, beat the big teams, or in most cases, draw the big team from nowhere. This is how it is in the WTA. We've seen the big names, go out of... knocked out of the tournament, the likes of Onjabwa, we are now seeing world number one, Iga Swiatek. It shows that nobody wants to be small forever. Nobody wants to be small forever. Everybody, I want my name to be heard, so I want to make a statement. It's just unfortunate that, they've been casualties. The big names have been casualties. Like Henry said, we might likely be seeing a new champion in this tournament so far. But you look at the other people that are still there, likes of Okugov, and it shows some people are holding on to themselves very tight. Some people are, the other people are actually falling off the ladder. Things are beginning to shape up, but it's just so unfortunate that these big names are becoming casualties in this event, in this Grand Slam.
All right, Henry, are we back to that talk about how less competitive, or how, what's the word we used that time? Women's tennis is inconsistent. Are we back to that conversation again?
I mean, just one Grand Slam. Let's wait and see. That's all I can say. As you said that, there's someone that came to my mind right now, and but let's just watch and see. Let's just wait and see. It's just one Grand Slam. Let's see how the ATP Masters, the other Grand Slams. After this is Roland Garros. Let's see what happens during Roland Garros. We'll see what happens during Wimbledon. Then we can now say maybe we're back to that, or it's just one of those tournaments that it just didn't necessarily go well for any of the big names. That's just it. Let's not be patient. Let's just be patient. We've seen 2 years of consistency, so let's see if the consistency continues, and then if it doesn't, then we'll say maybe it was just their upward patch. Those 24 months was an upward patch for those players we were talking about, and we looked at and said that they are leaving some level of consistency in the WTA.
So at this point, who's the awesome favorite to win? There's the likelihood of Aryna Sabalenka and Coco Gauff clashing at the semis, and they look like the only two big names left in the competition. Other ones are just players who are looking at making their way, even though the likes of Mira Andreeva, who was having a fairy tale run, has been evicted from the competition. The likes of Haddad Mia of the Brazilian evicted as well. I mean, these other tennis players that were looking at, building a portfolio for themselves using the Australian Open, maybe making a statement for themselves heading into the season with other WTA events yet to come, other Grand Slams yet to come. For you right now, who is the awesome favorite in the WTA?
You still have to say it's between Aryna Sabalenka and Coco Gauff because they are the two biggest names that we have still at our disposal or still in the tournament at the moment. So definitely it has to be one of them that you look at and say is the favorite or is the odds-on favorite. We could have another person pop up and actually do something. Definitely it's sports, it's tennis, that's what it is. But definitely it has to be one of those two. For the unseeded players, the new names making, the new players trying to make a name for themselves, little is known about them, not much is known about them, so I do not know what to really expect from them. Yeah, they're having a fantastic Grand Slam. They're playing well, doing well for themselves, but I don't know what to expect because I look at you and what I'm always thinking is that this is where you are and this is what I expect from you. So unless you go and put up a performance that we've not seen from anyone or any sort of performance that is mind-blowing and you get to beat or kick out one of the regular names, then barring that, we don't really expect much from you, and it's the simple truth. So I think for the unseeded, the lower seeds, we just have to wait and see what happens. We saw Vondrousova pop up and she's gradually been doing okay for herself. Maybe we could see someone else pop up, but
Victoria Azarenka is still in this competition.
Azarenka is still there actually,
and there's also Elena Vitolina. These are, I mean, if you're looking at the other parts of the draw, these are not these are names that you might want to reckon with, at least going by
not in recent record. History, not in recent times, not much when it comes to Svitolina and Azarenka. I think besides Svitolina, I can't remember when was the last time Svitolina was in the semi-finals of a Grand Slam. Can you remember Reliance? When was the last time Vitolina was in the semi-finals of Grand Slam? No, I'm not.
I watch PSV.
Not, see, that's what I say. You can't remember. I myself, I'm struggling to recollect when Vitolina was last in the semi-finals of the Grand Slam. Yeah, Azarenka pops up once in a while again of reason, but still, I mean, you just have to look at it based on recent or current form. It has to be Sabalenka or Coco Gauff. Oh yes, Vitolina Azarenka can come up and do something fantastic because they are big names, or we say household names when it comes to the WTA, but they've not been it or at it for a while now.
All right, so who's an awesome favorite for you to win the Australian Open in the women's category? Those are the names, the big names left in the competition. Victoria Azarenka, Elena Vitolina. Maybe not by the rankings, by the recent rankings, because some of them are falling off the pecking order. And world number one already out of the competition. There's Coco Gauff, this defending champion Aryna Sabalenka, who is the awesome favorite for you to win. Is a cost clear for Coco Gauff because Iga Swiatek has been her nightmare. So is it safe to say that the course is clear for the American to lift her second Grand Slam, Benjamin?
Well, in football, in football, yeah, let me start let me use football. In football, no matter how Liverpool plays very well, when they see Real Madrid, they tend to fumble. So it's same thing, bringing in it's same thing with Iga Swiatek and Coco Gauff, because Swiatek has always been the nightmare of Coco Gauff. You look at things now, I think Coco Gauff might be, she wouldn't be carried away, but somehow she'll be smiling and say, oh, my nightmare is gone. I can now breathe fresh air. So for me, I see the WTA as something that this is the first Grand Slam of the year. So I don't think it's inconsistency. It's too early for me to judge. But looking at the things, I see for me, I think this is the season for this is the time for Coco Gauff and Sabalenka to defend a title, and then Coco Gauff, I think it's another time for her to win her second Grand Slam.
All right, so unfortunately both of them will clash at the semis if they progress to the semi-finals. So only one can stand and get to the final and then face off maybe any of Victoria Azarenka or Elena Vitolina or Dalia Yamstrika. Those are the ladies on the other side of the draw who might also make it to the semis and possibly the final. Let's talk about the men's category of the ongoing Australian Open, as we saw Novak Djokovic equaled Roger Federer's record by reaching a 58th Grand Slam quarterfinal after crushing Adrian Manarino for the loss of just 3 games at the Australian Open. It appeared the world number one might become the first player to claim a triple Begu victory at the Australian Open when he won the first 13 games against Adrian Manarino. The Frenchman looked hugely relieved when he finally got on the board in the second game of the third set, but Djokovic, playing in his 73rd major tournament, is to a 6-love, 6-love, 6-3 victory. Djokovic soon closed out victory and will now play 12th ranked Taylor Fritz after the American recorded his first ever top 10 win at the Grand Slam by knocking out last year's runner-up Stefano Tsitsipas. Triple Bego, by the way, means the opponent did not record a single point all through the 3 sets. So in women's tennis, that is made up of the best of 3 sets. The first 2 sets can go even, but the tiebreaker or the decider will be the 3rd set. For the men's tennis, it is made up of 5 sets. The first 4 sets can go even. The decider will come at the 5th set. All right. So for women's tennis, we have a double Bego when the opponent is unable to secure a single point. So points make sets. You're expected to have sometimes some tennis games or some tennis matches can be decided by 10 games or by 10 games altogether, where the other person takes 6, this other person takes 4, and that will be the win in that set. So 10 games can make a set depending on the difference between 2. Sometimes, if not 10, then 12 games will have to make a set. That's where you hear 7-5, where the other person takes 7, and this other player takes 5. But in some cases, we do have the 12th game going 6-6. At that point, we go into a tiebreaker. So we are looking at 13 games to make that set. All right? Now, when we have the games tied at 5-5, you also have to look for, that's where it gets to the 12th game, where you look at the possibility of a 7-5. But if in the end it's still an even, it's still a tie, then it gets to the 13th set. And just breaking things down so that we understand what we mean by double bagel. Now, it can happen where a tennis player does not pick a single point all through the game or all through the set. That makes way for 6-love, because you need to have the maximum of 6 to win a set, and your opponent need to have the lowest with difference of 2 to win a set. So that's why I have 6-4 at times. So when the opponent is unable to muster a single point, it goes for a 6-love. You go again, the opponent is unable to muster a single point, you go for another 6-love. So we'll call it double bagel. But since the men's game is the best of 5 sets, meaning if you win the first 3 sets straight, you've won the set. So for that one, we can have a triple bagel where the opponent is unable to muster a single point in all 3 sets. So the first set, 6-love, second set, 6-love, the third set, 6-love. That is what Novak Djokovic was about doing to Adrian Manarino. He took the first set 6-love, took the second set 6-love, but Manarino mustered, crawled, find a way, snailed himself into securing 3 games to end the third set 6-3. So he ended 6-love, 6-love, 6-3. No tennis player in the men's category has ever mustered a triple bagel at the Australian Open. And Djokovic was on course to do that. But then again, Manarino said, come on, man, I'm a man like you, so let me take 3 away. Okay, so we'll talk about the big name casualties as well, but let's start with Novak Djokovic. There is no stopping Novak at this point, Benjamin.
Well, yeah, before the tournament began, you know, we were here, and then we spoke at length about the qualities of the man Novak Djokovic. Well, you know, before the tournament, we were hoping Rafael Nadal, the man from Mallorca, Spain, was going to, you know, be in this tournament, and hopefully he will be the one to give him tough time or something to think about. But injury couldn't let, you know, the man come into the tournament. And then we look at the likes of and the Murray, he has been up on and off. You know, it's been a while when we saw Andy Murray, you know, play good tennis. You know, he's been injured, coming in, lack of fitness. You know, all those things compounding his woes. The man couldn't, you know, live up to that. So for me, I think Novak Djokovic, there's no stopping. He keeps winning games. He almost, you know, created the record when he was playing with Marino, and so these are the things that, you know, Novak brings to, you know, the tournament. Excitement, you know, you are going to. This is just so unfortunate that when you're being, you know, when you're when you're being, you know, paid to play with him as a man that, you know, a man like Marino, you know, the fear factor is there. This is something that, you know, when you play against Novak, you know that, man, this guy, you just have to get it at the back of your mind that, you know, you are out of the tournament, you know, unless, you know, there's a surprise. And like I said before the tournament began, the only person that can actually stop Novak is Carlos Alcaraz or injuries. But we are looking at, you know, at this, you know, even before the tournament started, he's the favorite, you know, to win the Grand Slam. Or let's look at, and this is his favorite court. So I think the man is, you know, up there all by himself. He's for now. I think he's the only person that, you know, we can comfortably say yes, he is going to, you know, win the title. But let's look at what Carlos Alcaraz, you know, can do. He's coming up there gradually, but for now, he should wait for his turn. This is the time for Novak Djokovic.
Okay, Henry, let's look at the big name casualties that we've seen so far. Stefanos Tsitsipas already out of the competition, and just some hours ago, Alex Timi, no, maybe not a big name anyways, but at least one of those potentials, at the Australian Open. And he's a homeboy, yeah? He's a homeboy. Was booted out of the competition by Andrei Rublev. Yannick Sinner is still in the competition. And then you also look at the likes of Casper Ruud is not a big name. The likes of Game on Fields, out of the competition. It's not a big name, Abi.
His time has passed.
Whose time is it? If Novak is still active.
Wait, Game of Fields is about. Game of Fields is older than Novak.
Yes, he is.
If Novak is still active.
But Game of Fields is older than Novak. You know that the time of Game of Fields being regarded as a big name in tennis has passed. That's the simple truth. It has passed. It's long gone.
So if that's the case, so the only big name we have in the men's tennis is Novak Djokovic.
Novak.
In a way, you might want to look at it here. He's the one that has shown some levels of consistency out of all of them. So definitely he's the biggest name we have in the ATP as things stand. But you want to look at Casper Ruud. And Casper Ruud did lose a Grand Slam finals, right? Was it last year? Novak beat one of them in the finals last year. Was it Ruud or Holger Rune? I can't really remember who right now, but Novak is definitely the biggest name. If Nadal was there, if Rafa was there, you say Rafa also. Rafa as well is definitely a big name and someone you look at and that can cause an upset or something. But you look at all the other guys, you say Ogier, Alissim, you're looking at youngsters, you're looking at people that are just they're not even up to 22. I don't look at Tsitsipas and Zverev and Medvedev as upcomings again. Those ones are men in their primes and they should be doing fantastic things in the world of tennis now, but they've just not lived up to expectations or up to the standards of these old war horses. So I don't know. For Novak, he's odds on favorite. He's his favorite court. It's like saying when Rafa is around, even if Novak is there and it's the Roland Garros, you expect anybody apart from Rafa to actually win the Roland Garros. You do not expect that to happen. For it to happen, it will be a rarity. It will be very rare for that to happen. That's the simple truth. So it's one of those things. It's his favorite court. It's a court he knows. It's a Grand Slam he loves so well, and like Benjamin said, you look at everyone, all the youngsters, and you're like, it's only Alcaraz that that has the ability to actually take on this man and actually go toe-to-toe with him. Did it in Wimbledon and defeated him in the Wimbledon finals, one of the best Grand Slam finals I've seen in a while. And that's just it. So all the other guys, they still have a lot to prove. It's the simple truth. The other youngsters, the other young guys, they still have a lot to prove. But if something happens and Alcaraz is kicked out of the Australian Open, then I think we're already thinking it's free for all for Novak Djokovic as things stand. But anything that makes Alcaraz lose out in the Australian Open, then we say Djokovic has won it already. There's no, even already as it stands, I don't want to, but the odds for Djokovic to win it will be very, very low, and something that you look at and you'll be like, what am I even taking this for? It's just useless. That's what it is. It just looks so useless to even take Djokovic to win the Australian Open as things stand like this. But if Alcaraz does get kicked out, then you're like, definitely that's the only obstacle the man had in his way is out. So definitely there's no one else to stop him.
Okay, so let's look at that side of the draw. We have Andrei Rublev, we have Yannick Sinner, we have Taylor Fritz, we have Novak Djokovic. So Novak is going to take on Taylor Fritz, while Andrei Rublev is going to take on Yannick Sinner. Now, between Andrei Rublev, Yannick Sinner, Taylor Fritz, none of them, before we even look at the other side of the draw, is good enough to take out Novak Djokovic before the semis, or let's say within the semis.
No, I think at this point nobody is good enough to take the man out in the Grand Slam according to those names you've mentioned.
Okay, let's look at the other side of the draw, Henry. So you're looking at well, let me say it according to our RD, because these are fixtures. Nuno Borges against Dani Medvedev. That match comes up on Monday. There's also Arthur Cazorla against Hubert Hurkacz, comes up on Monday. Alexander Zverev against Cameron Norrie comes up on Monday as well. Then there's also Miomir Kecmanovic against Carlos Alcaraz Garcia on Monday as well. Since there are still fixtures, so you're looking at the possible 8 names None of them is good enough to stand Novak except Carlos Alcaraz, which you guys have already talked about.
If Fukas is facing Djokovic, I only see that game ending one way. If Zverev is facing Djokovic, I only see that match. I think Zverev did defeat him once in the US Open when he went all the way to actually win it at we went to win the US Open. But still, I still expect Zverev Djokovic to go only one way, and that's Djokovic winning. That's what I expect. I mean, Djokovic is expected to win 8 out of 10 times or 9 out of 10 times. The other 2 times will probably be an ATP 500 or 1000. But in a Grand Slam, no, I don't see it going any other way apart from Djokovic's way. That's the simple truth. So,
is it safe to conclude at this point that there are no more competitions in men's tennis? So the competition is rather coming much more from women's tennis. I mean, we've seen how big names were being evicted, thrown out of the competition right from the very first round. In as much as we will agree that in almost all the Grand Slams, you always find this upset happened. But then again, you want to look at the consistency at which the big names were thrown out. You might want to tilt toward that direction, that there is that competition. But in the men's tennis, it's safe to conclude that there is no more competition. It's just a matter of guys, average guys within their level competing against themselves, but there's no proper competition anymore.
I would say it's you would say in a way there's not really much competition again, or it's just that Novak is just too good. I mean, even when they were at their best, it was Novak, Rafa, Roger, and you had Andy Murray there. You had the Argentine who had injury issues, Juan Martin Del Potro. You felt he could have been better if he would have done more, if injuries were his friend. And I mean, if you look at that, barring all those, you want to say that it's always been 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 guys. That's how it usually is in competitive sports. There are always some guys that are at the top. Currently now, Rafa is gone, Roger is gone, and Novak is still there. And the levels Novak is playing at, the young guys just can't cope with it. If Novak leaves, you'll still see a set of 4 or 5 that will dominate. I think Alcaraz has something in him. I think Kasper Ruud and Holger Rune have something in them. I mean, there are some of them that are still decent, but I mean, Novak is just too much at this moment for them. The experience, the mentality, and everything he has, it's going to be very difficult for anyone to actually come close. So by the looks of things, it's just Novak is on a different scale or level. That's just it.
All right, let's know what you think. Use the SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. What a reaction to what has happened so far in tennis. Big name casualties in the women's aspect of things, and of course the progress that we've seen in the men's aspect of tennis. Then on the other side, there is the Israel Adesanya conversation. Should they come out and take on Dricos Du Plessis, the South African, who saw of Adesanya's conqueror in Sean Strickland, to be crowned as the new middleweight champion last night? Should he step out? And do you think it's good enough? Do you think he can stand Du Plessis? He's on a very fiery form at the moment. Talking about the South African Du Plessis, a very fiery form. Will it be risky for Israel Adesanya to return and go into the ring with him, or the octagon with him, or he should look at feasting on dead bodies to recover his form before thinking of a title shot in which it's going to be Du Plessis, or probably if he has to defend that title against any other opponent, it might be that opponent, as the case may be, before Israel Adesanya look at a title shot. Let's know what you think. Let's SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. The phone lines are 0817 0000 951 and 0810 9510 951. Who do you tip to win the Australian Open, both in the males and females category? Is it Coach Claire for Coco Gauff to win it? Is it Coach Claire for Novak Djokovic to win it? Who do you tip to be the winner? And is tennis lacking in competition these days, especially the men's aspect of tennis? Is it lacking in competition these days? Let's know your thoughts as we look to switch attention to discussing football on the show this afternoon. Hi, good afternoon.
Hello, today.
Why they call us like that? Why they call us like that? Good afternoon.
I want to play from Boba.
Go ahead.
So for the Australian Open,
yeah,
I don't even think Coco Gauff is the favorite. I think if Sabalenka meets her in this Australian Open, she will beat her in straight sets. Like I'm 100% sure. Sabalenka has been thrashing everybody in the WTA from. Like, I think one of her games was 6-love, 6-1. So I think for this Australian Open, Sabalenka is the clear favorite. While for the men's section, it's already Novak stuff. And the person I even see may give him trouble is Medvedev. I don't even see Alcaraz giving him any trouble. If Alcaraz meets him here, I think it will be like a 3-1. Minimum, it will be a 3-1. Because the person I see giving him a little trouble is Medvedev, because Medvedev is very good on her court. And if Medvedev is in the same slot as Alcaraz, I think a final of Novak versus Medvedev, not even Alcaraz. Alcaraz is not going to the final this year.
Come again. Oh, okay. I didn't get the last part, but thank you very much for contributing. Yeah, surely Medvedev is in the same half with Carlos Alcaraz, so there's possibility of both of them meeting. Hi, good afternoon.
Reliable. Good afternoon.
Caller, good afternoon.
Kelechi from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Kelechi from Port Harcourt.
Why you talk like that?
Why you two they talk like that?
Okay. Yes. Sorry to say, let me just slightly attack the last caller. How dare you say Medvedev is? How now? I mean, Yannick Sinner has beaten Djokovic in the last year's finals. Yes, the last year's
ATP finals.
ATP finals. Yes.
ATP finals with that now, a Grand Slam.
No, ATP finals. Yes, ATP finals. And so what?
And so Grand Slam is the apex competition in tennis.
Lion.
I don't hold on.
Now, I'm surprised you guys are underestimating Yannick Sinner. Fine, Alcaraz is a formidable opponent for Djokovic, but as well after Alcaraz is Yannick Sinner, in fact, let me even burst a bubble. I don't see Djokovic even clinching the title of this Australian Open. Yes, he shot you, but trust me, I won't be surprised if in the finals will be between Sinner and Alcaraz. Yes. So my pull-up is surprise. Who knows?
But Ikechukwu, right?
Kelechi.
Oh, sorry, Kelechi. You're really being serious right now, yeah?
I'm serious.
Okay.
Serious. Did you watch it?
I'm behind you. I'm
behind
you. I'm behind you. Are they your back?
Did you watch? Because Sinner does breeze through. I don't know who did he play with. Who did he play with? Katanos, right? Yes, Karen Katanos. As if it was nothing. I was like in 3 sets under 2 hours and few minutes. So I'm not surprised if Sinner or Alcaraz clinches the title. Medvedev is nowhere close to coming close to challenging Djokovic. Now, so my favorite WTA. I was so overjoyed and happy when Iga lost. Imagine, bad belly. See, the Lions like this now. This is a clear route for Coco to win it. Arena will not win Coco. That is true. Arena will not win Coco. Arena will put up a fight, fine, but Coco will get through to the finals and win it. And as you said earlier, at the top half, who is here? Is it Azarenka, Vitorina, who again, Yarostenka? None of them can stand Coco. So Coco second consecutive Grand Slam is coming up on the way. Yeah, and that is it for me. Thank you very much,
Lila Fernandez don't come out. You don't turn eye put for Coco. Come on, eye for Coco Golf. Come on, eye for Coco Golf. I don't tell you. All right, Kelechi, thank you very much. We do appreciate you for calling in. So, just to put the record straight, yeah, Yannick Sinner was close to a triple bagel, but not as much as Novak was. Just one game difference when he defeated Sebastian Baez 6-love, 6-1, 6-3. So Baez was only able to take 4 games out of Yannick Sinner, whereas Manarino was only able to take 3 games out of Novak Djokovic. The other person that he more like annihilated was Jesper de Jong. It ended 6-2, 6-2, 6-2. Now, aside from these two, other matches for Yannick Sinner have been thrillers. The very first round saw off Van der Sandschrop 6-4, 7-5, 6-3. And then at the fourth round, Karen Kachanov 6-4, 7-5, 6-3. And then is scheduled to take on Andrew Rublev, who earlier on got his own victory over Alex de Minaur. Okay, now since you guys are pitching Coco Gauff against Sabalenka, let's look at en route this point between these two and see who stands a better chance, or who has had tougher opponents, or who has had easier matches coming up to this level. For the very first round, Aryna Sabalenka saw off Ella Seidel 6-love, 6-1. She was very close to a double bagel. Only one game made the difference, as the opponent was able to take one game off her. Now, in the next round, which is the second round, Sabalenka was able to beat Brenda Vovitova 6-3, 6-2. Then it was now time for that double bagel to come. Ukrainian Lysia Surenko suffered a double bagel loss to Aryna Sabalenka 6-love, 6-love. And then Amanda Anisimova 6-3, 6-2. Let's look at the route for Coco Gauff, the American. First game, 6-3, 6-love against Anna Karolina Schmidlova. So 3 games out of a possible double bagel. And then there was that tough fight against Caroline Dolehide, 7-6, 6-2 victory. And she came close to a double bagel against Alicia Parks. That was even predicted to be, was going to be a very tough opponent for her. 6-love, 6-2. 2 games different between the two. Or that was only 2 games stop her from getting a double bagel. Well, that means much if you consider that the women's tennis is a game of 3 sets. Now, against Magdalena Frech, it ended 6-1, 6-2. So if you look at on the line of performances, Aryna Sabalenka has actually had a more ruthless win, or more ruthless wins en route the 4th round. More ruthless wins for Aryna en route the 4th round compared to Coco Gauff. Even though Coco Gauff came close in some occasions. But another thing to be considered is the quality of the opponent. For Coco Gauff, Magdalena Frech, Alicia Parks, Caroline Dolehide, and Anna Karolina Schmidlova. But for Sabalenka, it has been Amanda Anisimova, Lisa Surenko. There's also Brenda Vovitova and Ella Seidel. So who has had more tougher opponent en route the 4th round? And who has had more ruthless victories en route the 1st round? Will that decide anything if both of them meet at the semi-final? It's left for you to decide, not me. All right, thank you very much for the reactions. Keep them coming. 0817-0000-951 and 0810-951-0951. So the women's tennis looks like a clash, a double-headed clash. So whoever wins between Aryna Sabalenka and Coco Gauff will emerge victorious. But what if none of them gets to the semis? For starters, what's now going to happen? Let's head straight to football as AC Milan goalkeeper Mike Maignan walked off the pitch after being subjected to alleged racist chants by Udinese fans during the Serie A game on Saturday, prompting the match to be suspended briefly during the first half. Shortly after, Milan has scored to take a 1-0 lead, and Milan were about to take a goal kick. Maignan signaled to his teammates to stop, walked to the referee, and then off the pitch. What ensued later was Maignan telling Dazin that they made monkey noises, and it's not the first time it's happened to me. Teammates attempted to console Maignan on the touchline, but the 28-year-old France international took his gloves off and walked down the tunnel and was followed by his teammate. Maignan had told the referee about monkey chants earlier during the match, prompting an announcement in the Stadio Friuli asking fans to stop. The Serie A game resumed about 5 minutes after the suspension when Maignan and teammates came back out, and Milan won the match 3-2. After the match, Maignan said, "I was upset to have to go into the changing room like that, but I had everyone's support. We talked, and then we made the decision to go back out onto the field and make the appropriate response to win this game. I really didn't want to play anymore, but we are a family and I couldn't leave my teammate like that." So what's the possibility for Udinese? Well, they will likely be hit with a partial stadium closure for its next home game. Afterward, he took to his X account and said, "There's absolutely no place in our game for racism. We are appalled. We are with you, Mike." That's AC Milan, not Mike himself. Meanwhile, FIFA President Gianni Infantino has called for the implementation of automatic forfeit of games for teams whose fans commit racist abuse after the totally abhorrent incident at Udinese and Sheffield Wednesday. AC Milan players walked off the pitch after France international goalkeeper Mike Mann reportedly heard monkey noises coming from a section of the crowd at the Stadio Friuli. Coventry's Casey Palmer said he's received similar abuse at the Hillsborough, and their 2-1 win was stopped for several minutes while the match officials spoke to both managers. Milan's players eventually returned to secure a 3-2 victory in added time, but Infantino says there should be harsher punishment. In a FIFA post on X, Infantino said, as well as the 3-step process, which is match stopped, match restopped, and match abandoned, we have to implement an automatic forfeit for the team whose fans have committed racism and caused the match to be abandoned, as well as worldwide stadium bans and criminal charges for racists. FIFA and football shows full solidarity to victims of racism and any form of discrimination. Once and for all, no to racism, no to any form of discrimination. The events that took place in Udine and Sheffield on Saturday are total abhorrent and completely unacceptable. The players affected by Saturday's event have my undivided support. We need all the relevant stakeholders to take action, starting with education in schools so that future generations understand that this is not part of football or society. End of quote. In the same vein, former England and Arsenal striker Ian Wright applauded the solidarity in the Milan side and urged teams to keep walking off when they hear abuse and called for stronger actions. He wrote on X, "We did playing through it and nothing has changed. Point deductions needed. The fines are pointless," he said. So just like in the Nigeria Premier Football League, where fans were calling for point deductions when there's crowd violence, sometimes instigated by officials of a particular club, in which the Nigeria Football Inter-Club ecosystem could be said to be enjoying at the moment due to the leadership of Benga Elegbeyele-led MPFL board. FIFA President Gianni Infantino is also calling for forfeiture of games. Same for Ian Wright if players are racially abused during games. As I read through the report, that happened yesterday when AC Milan played Udinese to Mike Maignan. And a player complained of a similar incident in the Sheffield Wednesday match. Henry, this should be the way to go.
Definitely, something has to be done, something stiff, something harsh has to be done to fans or clubs and that feel they can do this and get away with it, because what happens is just the game is paused, everybody goes to the tunnel, then it's come back and it's completed. And I think stiffer punishments need to be carried out, need to be meted out to these rights, need to be meted out to these teams, and that's when it's happened. When you know that you making monkey noises could cost your team like 6 points. You will behave yourself. When a club like Udinese being deducted 3 or 6 points, it will be a lot for them because they are currently battling relegation at the moment and they are struggling. And funny enough, why are you making no monkey chants or monkey noises? You have black players in your team as well. There's a Maduka Okoye, there's a Fetse Bosele, there's a Kingsley, a Ezibwe, there's a Kamara. They have multiple black players in their teams, so why are you doing that? I know, yes, you want, some people say they want to unsettle the opponents, but that's not right. You do not insult a man because of his skin color. Even your own players could take offense with that because they are blacks themselves. So I think it's bad, it's wrong that we have this sort of characters being prevalent in society, and stiffer punishments need to be taken. I think we need to be harsh on clubs. I mean, even clubs themselves, because the clubs are not even doing enough to actually call their fans to order. That's just the thing. Because if you are doing enough or doing well enough to call your fans to order, this probably shouldn't be happening. And the issue of people chanting monkey noises at players or at black players will not be happening. I think clubs need to know that once there's a stiffer punishment, if I know points can be deducted from me for the fact that my fans are being unruly and not behaving properly, then I have to do my best to call them to order. Because the people that do this in the ultras have the owners of the club have direct access to these ultras. I mean, they are the supporters group of the club. They are the ones that, let's say, I could be a Udinese fan, but I'm not an ultra. The ultras are the ones that embody the fanship of the club. It doesn't mean I'm not a fan, but they are the ones that are the registered fans and the ones that, like, when traveling for away games, they're always part of the system and all those stuff. So, I mean, those are the important figures when it comes to the fanship or fan-related things of a club. And the owners or the directors or those in charge of these clubs know these people and aren't just doing enough to stop this attitude from actually being prevalent or continuing. So it's something that has to stop. It's something that we need to look into. Something has to be done to make it, this appalling act, to come to an end. And I actually support Infantino in his suggestion, definitely, because when you know points will be deducted from you, you have to behave. When you're fighting for promotion, you're fighting to avoid the drop, to beat relegation, you're even probably fighting for the title or fighting for European places, and you're deducted points, you will sit up. Your fans will behave. Even the fans, once they know that me doing this could cost my team points, they will behave themselves, because that team is so, they love that team that much. That team is so beloved to them. It's there in their hearts and they will not want to harm it. So make them know that whatever action you're taking, even if you feel is putting off the opposing player or your opponent, know that that action is costing your team.
All right. By the way, Full James Owe joins us in the studio. Now, Benjamin, people have suggested that this players should grow thick skins and move on, because we've talked about racism over and over and over in football, and people say it's also like having other menace in the society that cannot be completely eliminated as long as we live in an imperfect world. So players ought to find a way to grow thick skins and move on. Are you in support of that school of thought? So that when these things happen and the fans will see that these players are not affected, they are not reactive, they are not sensitive to it, it might just die down on its own on its own rather.
No, I don't think that that is a way to go, because when you don't do anything about it, it begins to grow and form, becomes a habit. You understand? So it's something that it shouldn't be found amongst us. It's not a way to go in not just football, not just sports, but in our daily lives. It's something that is not supposed to be amongst us, because these are things that doesn't go well with players. It's a huge abuse that like Henry has said, should be called. It should be stiffer punishment should be given. It's not something that it's not healthy at all. Like playing football and then, or possibly you're walking around the street and then someone calls you a black monkey. It doesn't, or calls you a monkey rather. It doesn't make sense. It can trigger a lot of things, from that point. So I feel, lots of punishment, if it's coming from a football club, just like, what happened yesterday between AC Milan and the Udinese. If it's coming from the section of the fans, probably, points should be deducted, that fan should be arrested, stiffer punishment, probably taken to, to serve a jail term. It makes that person, sit up. We've been talking about racism. It's something that, I know it's not easy to eradicate it. I don't know if it could be eradicated, but I think it's something that is not healthy and shouldn't be found amongst us. If you're fighting, if Udinese were to be fighting for, let's say, European places, and then 6 points or 10 points were deducted from them, at least it's going to make them sit up, probably call their fans, the season ticket holders, and then see how the people in the helm of the affairs, sit them down and then, sensitize them, tell them this is not supposed to be found amongst us. This is not supposed to be, it's not something that is supposed to come out of your mouth. In fact, you shouldn't even think about it in your head that you want to call somebody a monkey or something. But looking at the Udinese team yesterday, they had about 4 or 5 players, black players in that team. So why do you have to insult or racially abuse the opponent, the goalkeeper of AC Milan, the France international rather? It's something that people really need to get out of their head. We've seen what happened in countries in the World Cup the Russian 2018 World Cup, where things like this happen. So it's something that we shouldn't even think about, and it shouldn't be found amongst us. So it's stiffer punishment, just like the FIFA president has said. Matches should be forfeited and possibly point deduction, huge point deduction, not just 3 points. At least from 6 points upward should be deducted. It makes the team and their fans sit up.
Okay, for Jem, so Infantino is the president of FIFA, and he can practically. The statement that people expected was going forward in all FIFA competitions, any national team that is caught in this, whose fans are, there will be this point deduction, there will be this, there will be that, instead of releasing a statement on X. So people thought he would just come out and say, okay, this is what's going to be happening going forward, than making a suggestion. He's a football authority. So doesn't that suggest that there's still the possibility of treating this racism matter with kid gloves instead of giving it the intensive look it deserves, and possibly harsher punishments to see if they can reduce it to the barest minimum?
Thank you very much. From time immemorial, racism has been there for a very long time, and the authorities have not taken strict measures to kick it out from the sport itself. Now, racism itself is not something that is inborn. It is something that is taught. Because if you observe the white kids, the little ones, when they are growing up, they don't behave like that. When they are very small, they appreciate everyone that comes along. But at a point, their parents begin to teach them that these people are to be regarded in this manner. These people are to be regarded in this form. And they begin to grow up with that mentality, feeling that these persons are not up to our standard. These people are not up to our standard, all those kind of mentality. Sometimes I ask myself, the same blood that is running through my vein is running through this person's vein. So what makes the difference? Yes.
No matter the skin or race.
The same organ that the white man has is the same organ I have. And when the white man is in need of those organs, the black normally donate these organs to them. So what makes us different? There is nothing different about us. So I think the FIFA president and other authorities has to take stricter measures to curtail this racism of a thing in the sport arena. Point deduction, as our colleague Henry and Benjamin have said, is very, very important. At least if a point is deducted from your team, you know that your team will be fighting for relegation, and you wouldn't want your team to go to relegation. So with that in your mind, you will not want to do anything that will make the authority of your competition, the organizers of your competition, or the FIFA authority to deduct points from you. So by so doing, at least it's going to reduce racism to a very large extent.
And quickly, Reliance, also beyond point deduction, FIFA has to do outreach projects, outreach to communities. It's beyond football now, because it's a problem, because even a lot of top brass carry out these things. Like you have friends, you have families over there, and they tell you that this is how it is. You're like, it's a systemic problem.
Yeah.
Even if your parents are not racist, your parents try to teach you values. You go into society, and society probably teaches you to be racist. Your friends teach you to be racist. Your teacher teaches you to be racist just by the actions of that teacher towards the black students in school. So FIFA, or even the government, even NGOs have to do more. Because, I mean, yes, if African leagues were working, or African countries were working, a lot of those black players will not be there. Magnon will be playing for, can I remember his parents' country now? He will be playing for his parents' country in Africa. I think it's Cote d'Ivoire, is it Senegal? Paul Pogba will be playing for Guinea. I mean, most of these boys there will not even probably be in Europe. They will be in the African countries where things will be comfortable for them if our countries were being run right or working well. And that's the simple truth. So, yes, things are bad, and that's the way it is now in the world. But, I mean, you don't just have to keep on making these people feel like they're inferior, infra. The problem is that racism will not be kicked out. That's the sad thing. It's an institutionalized thing. It's something that's been endemic. It's something that's been in society for, you're talking about, over 3-4 centuries. I mean, it started with the slave trade and co. So it's not something that will be kicked out overnight or immediately. Even our own children, our own kids will face racism. Our grandchildren will experience racism. It's normal. It's going to be there. But more needs to be done. Awareness needs to be put in place. More needs to be done in the society to actually create that sort of awareness. Yes, I know it's not our own society, but even in our own society, yeah, we see certain things. We see tribalism being a factor. We see it's almost like racism. It's discrimination. All these things are a factor. More needs to be done to make people realize that these things are nothing. That person is black, he's Igbo, he's Yoruba, he's white, he's Caucasian, he's Mongoloid. The person still bleeds. The person has emotions, he hurts. He still has the same organs. Like if you're in need of anything and you need a donor, he can be the one to donate for you. So we're all human beings. We all have a beating heart. We all have emotions. We all have feelings. This is what should be taught in society or in life, not what we're seeing a lot of things. Look, sometimes the parent might not even be racist. That's the funny thing. But you go to school and your teacher starts teaching you things that shouldn't be. Or your friends, peer pressure, you start learning things that you shouldn't. So I think more needs to be done, actually. More enlightenment, more protection, even for the players themselves, and just basically enlighten people. Try and reach out to people, try and make the situation and scenario better, because something needs to be done. FIFA, yes, they are saddled with running and organizing football, but I mean, they owe society a lot. The amount of money they receive in sponsorship and the amount of followership football has in the world, football has the ability of changing things and uniting people. So I mean, FIFA has to make use of that and make sure they reach out and try and curb this vice.
Okay, so what do you suggest? Stricter measurements? Should it be a case of point deductions for future of games according to Gianni Infantino, or these players could just grow thick skins and move on? I mean, we recall a case when was it Masha? No, not Mascherano. I think that in Alves, in a Paris Saint-Germain match, Barcelona, where banana was thrown at him and my guy carry him, chop him, and in the end it was off his boots where they got a goal, because he took a corner that resulted to a goal. So a school of thought says if you keep paying attention to this, keep crying foul every time, maybe not crying foul, but keep crying about it every time, you are giving them a sense of confidence that, look, when we give this monkey chance, they are unsettled. Once we racially abuse them, they are unsettled. It's working. So when we need it, we look at our arsenal. What's the weapon there? Racism. Bring out that weapon. Let's use it against them. It's going to work. It's going to unsettle them. But what if they bring out that weapon and they keep using it, and it's not working, it's not unsettling anybody? They'll be forced to look at another weapon to use. So at that point, the world of football can now turn attention to looking at how to eliminate that particular weapon. Because each time they do it, it works. It has been working. It definitely has been working for them. So should players just grow thick skins and know that, look, there are some things that there are vices in the society that you can't just eliminate. They will continue to be there. So how long will you keep crying? And what's even the guarantee that if points are deducted, games are forfeited, that racism is going to stop or it's going to be reduced? What's the guarantee that people won't continue doing it? It's a big question. It's a big question. So why don't players just look at themselves and say, henceforth, we'll keep giving a fight to it, and it's going to be a subtle fight at this point. So is it more of players dependent to act or authorities dependent to act to reduce racism in football? Because so far, authorities have only adopted the three steps process, which is walkout, another walkout, and abandon the match. In the end, that match will be played and could be closed behind closed doors, and it might still be the team whose fans racially abuse players that will win the match, and they will go back home and say, hey, it don't work. It don't work. They don't replay the match, now we win. They don't replay the match, now we win. So it work. Yes.
Nothing like karma.
Football is not a reward system. It doesn't work like that in football. You see? So that could be the case. It can also be the other way. The match could end a draw. The match could win in favor of the guys that, favor of the team whose players were racially abused. It can happen. But one thing is key. Each time these guys racially abuse black players, it works. That's been working. So why don't you look at this side? So is it more of players dependent to act, or authorities dependent to act, or society? Now, if it gets to the society, an institutionalized problem, it becomes broad, it becomes too big. It becomes big past football. Because you're not looking at the government, you're not looking at families, you're not looking at schools, you're not looking at politics, you're looking at almost every sector of life. It becomes big past football. At that point, how do you achieve success? Because the level at which Italy will approach based on their culture, the heritage, and the policies they have will be different from the level or the approach of Germany. I'm mentioning these countries because, it's more like at the forefront in these countries. A bit of UK as well. So at that point, isn't it more of the players acting? Then doesn't it call for more of the players acting than the authorities? Anyways, let us know what you think. 0701 933 9962. Mike Magnon led a walkout protest due to racial abuse in their 3-2 win over Udinese, leading to Ian Wright to say harsher punishment, point deductions, supported by FIFA President Infantino via a statement through FIFA, harsher punishments, games forfeited, and all. It happened in a Sheffield Wednesday match as well at Hillborough in the UK. Let's know what you think. Use the SMS on WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. We'll return to opening the phone lines later, but let's continue building the discussion in football. We'll talk about the Africa Cup of Nations, like I mentioned. We'll talk about the Nigerian Super Eagles. We'll let you in on what's happening in the camp. The press conference should be going on as we speak with Ose Pesire. Pre-match press conference was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. Nigerian time, and it should be going on as we speak. Okay, it was actually scheduled for 11:30 a.m. So we'll see if we can get the reaction of the coach before we leave, and then there's going to be a training session later this evening by 4:30 p.m. It's open to the press, but interviews will not be allowed. So we'll let you know what is happening in the camp. The players are talking ahead of their match tomorrow. And I also told you that we'll talk about the sack of the NFF board led by Brian Musa Gusso by a primary player in that sack. In fact, one of the proponents who took the case to court in the very first place, will be talking to us on the show this afternoon. So do not miss it as we continue to build. Now, yesterday, let's play around it. See, like I said, I don't. What's happening in the Premier League? I beg, when I know vex.
We're in the same boat with you. AFCON has started. Arsenal won yesterday, Sha. That's what.
I hear that one. I hear that one.
I lost 3-2.
Ivan Toney scored.
The return of Ivan Toney.
So Ivan Toney don't come back after 8 months.
Yes, and he scored. Before some players in
Anthony Martial, I'm going to
No, Anthony, the Brazilian Anthony.
The Brazilian Anthony.
Anthony has not scored.
So a person go 8 months back.
And come back,
and score
before. That is life. It happens. Just Anthony has to do.
For the records, I didn't say anything. It's the only question I asked. Now Henry and Full James and Benjamin were talking.
Just 1 month to complete 9.
I'm not talking anything. I'm not talking anything. And the only question I asked, and they confirmed the question. Anyways, don't mind me. It's not like I don't know what's happening in the Premier League. I'm just saying that AFCON is the major tournament that is ongoing. So even Premier League, they watch AFCON.
I mean, they're all showing it. I mean,
you understand? They analyze AFCON in their studios and all. So basically,
Man U too are watching AFCON because of Onana. The jet is still steaming.
You see?
And then when you spend £79,000,
how many goals we don't concede now?
51. Okay, plus Manchester United plus Cameroon.
51 goals.
About 51, yes.
Did you just say Manchester United versus Cameroon?
Cameroon got it to 51 now. He considered 3 the other day now.
Okay, Manchester United versus Cameroon.
So Manchester United and Cameroon plus Cameroon
equals to Manchester United plus Cameroon equals to 51.
They're not formed you. They're not studying mathematics, I don't follow. Anyway, so we're talking a bit about the Premier League. We'll let you in on the transfer update. It's the January transfer window, but AFCON no allows. AFCON is on our faces. And honestly speaking, credit has to be given to the organization of this particular AFCON. The president of CAF, Patrice Motsepe, did promise a much improved version of the Africa Cup of Nations, and we are seeing it at the 34th edition. Officiating organization, even though they gave us a bad signal during the opening ceremony. The kickoff was scheduled for 9 p.m., but they started that kickoff, I think 9:11, maybe 9:15.
They said that was actually due to the top brass of the Ivorian government. That's why that game was actually delayed. I don't know what they say. Like the politicians.
Bring it down to Nigeria.
We know now when presidency and
Tinubu female call say I don't say my essay making do Muna calm down face.
It was down to them and really caused some issues. Even with CAF was not happy about it, definitely, because it puts them in bad light. What happened? But
I saw Motsepe and Infantino still talking within that 9 o'clock hour now. Why were they still on TV?
What do you do now? As much as you're not,
that don't come. You have to keep the people
as much
busy.
As you're not happy, that president will get country. So you calm down. You're in your country. You calm down. So it's a simple truth, but well, it happened. We're still enjoying the football we're seeing in the competition. That's the simple truth. So the AFCON has been wonderful. I mean,
it's fantastic.
It's been fantastic. Was it when Newcastle was playing City? I think which game was it that was going on that same period? I just tuned and was watching the account. I was just going back to the City Newcastle game for updates. Once I just see my notification, they scored. I go back and look what the goal looks like, and I switch back. No, that's how it's been for me. Look, the AFCON has taken forefront for me. Like, it's our own. It's African football. It's a major continental competition, and the football has not been disappointing. I mean, who watched Angola Mauritania yesterday?
Oh my goodness!
Who watched it?
Oh my goodness!
Even Mali Tunisia, that wasn't as lively as that, still was a good game to watch. So I mean, we've been seeing good games this AFCON. Burkina Faso Algeria was actually interesting to watch yesterday. I mean, Arsenal had beaten Crystal Palace. There was no need to watch the game again. Watch Burkina Faso Algeria. So that was it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think for the very first time in many years, you know, Nigerians and Africans actually, you know, when you get their reactions on online and then physically, they'll tell you for the first time they're actually enjoying the AFCON. They have to, most of them close their shops quickly just to sit down and watch the beautiful football that the AFCON players, and then take nothing away from the football itself. Good football, good goals, and for the first time we are having plenty goals in the tournament.
Yeah.
Before probably prior to this tournament, we have it's Africa.
You'll be sleeping.
Yeah,
you'll see one
sleeping,
goal.
and when you wake up, you just see 1-0. But now
at least Nigeria is still giving you a touch of that. Yeah.
No, even our 1-0 was interesting.
Yeah.
Why are we saying our 1-0?
I think Nigeria is the only team that has played a 1-0 game.
No, they've been about 2 or 3 1-0 games only in the AFCON so far, which is actually funny for the African Cup of Nations. Nigeria Cote d'Ivoire was 1-0. Namibia defeated Tunisia 1-0, and that game could have been more than 1-0.
Yeah,
the chances that were actually created in that game, and that was in the Tunisia group as well. There was another game. The game currently skipping my mind that actually ended 1-0, but I'll get the third
I think
game.
another thing that the AFCON brings is that surprise element. The smaller teams are actually giving the big team a run for their money. But like I said, nobody wants to be small forever. The smaller teams are actually, I don't know if I would say they're actually copying the bigger teams, what they do, what they know how to do. The tournament is full of surprises. The only thing that I'll fault the organizers is just that
must there be something?
No, yeah. You have to
twist.
No, you have. Yeah, of course, we want more because the Premier League has spoiled us. So we want more. It's a
Premier League where they get officiating controversy every weekend. Wow, won't leave them.
Anything with bad.
It's part of the it's part of the branding of the Premier League.
Of course.
But in the AFCON, how many we don't see?
Reliance, the Premier League make this thing to happen so you can talk about the Premier League. That's how it is. So for the AFCON,
so now we know what AFCON. They talk about them.
We they talk about as
so what kind of publicity is that one?
So it's like hand changing hand. So the thing is, the only thing I'll fault the organizers are most of the pitches they are quite dry. This is Harmattan time in Harmattan season in the whole of West Africa. So most of the pitches they really need to water the pitches very well in order for the ball to go smoothly. Aside that, I think it's been awesome. The tournament has been awesome, left, right, center.
Okay, so I am going to do justice because on the marathon edition of the show we try to cover as much as we can. So I'm going to let you in on what has been happening, just in case you are like the guys in the studio who have been carried away by the Africa Cup of Nations. So I'm here, right? I'm here for you. I'm your G. I'm your guy. You understand? I'm your guy. But you've been carried away by AFCON. So Arsenal defeated Crystal Palace 5-0. Brentford 3-2 winners over Nottingham Forest. In the Spanish La Liga, Rayo Vallecano. Okay, hold on. Network and that portal will have to load again. Okay, so Rayo Vallecano lost to Las Palmas 0-2. Villarreal Mallorca ended 1-0. Valencia 1-0 against Athletic Club de Bilbao. Celta Vigo lost to Real Madrid 0-1. In the Italian Serie A, Roma 2-1 winners over Verona. Udinese 2-3 losers to AC Milan. In the German Bundesliga, Bochum 1-0 winners over VfB Stuttgart. There's Darmstadt 2-2 draw against Eintracht Frankfurt. FC Cologne lost 4-0 to Borussia Dortmund. Jadon Sancho. FC Heidenheim 1-0 against Wolfsburg. Freiburg 3-2 winners over Hoffenheim. RB Leipzig 2-3 losers to Bayer Leverkusen. And of course, in the Cup Coupe de France, Bordeaux 2-3 losers to Nice. Le Puy did defeat Dunkirk 2-1. Please, if I murder the French names, do forgive me. Lens lost 0-1 to Laval. Rodez 1-3 losers to Monaco. Trélissac 1-2 losers to Brest. Valenciennes 2-1 winners over Paris FC. And Orleans lost to Paris Saint-Germain 1-4. Algeria 2-0 draw against Burkina Faso in the AFCON. We'll talk about that in a bit. Mauritania 2-3 losers to Angola. So all of this happened on Saturday, being yesterday. So let's look at what to expect today in these leagues, including the Africa Cup of Nations. I will let you in on the transfer center as well. No major signing has been made, by the way. What a dry winter transfer window. It's winter, it's supposed to be dry. Sheffield United will play West Ham United by 3 p.m. By the way, we hear that West Ham United are ready to break the banks to go for, guess who? Real Sociedad, and Nigerian centre forward Sadiq Umar. Bournemouth will take on Liverpool by 5:30. In the La Liga, it's half-time between Osasuna and Getafe is 2-0. Osasuna leading. Real Madrid will take on Almeria Alita. Real Betis will take on Barcelona, and Girona will take on Sevilla. In Italian Serie A, Frosinone 3-1 winners over Cagliari. That one has ended. Empoli will take on Monza. Salernitana against Genoa, and Lecce will have a day against Juventus. In the German Bundesliga, it's going to be Bayern Munich against Werder Bremen, and Borussia Mönchengladbach to take on Augsburg. In the Coupe de France, we have matches coming up. I'm just going to take on selected fixtures, please, due to my inability to be so good with the French names. Don't worry, I will learn. Rennes will take on Marseille later. It's going to be Clermont-Foot against Strasbourg. Racing Club de France will take on Lille. Rouen will take on Toulouse. Sochaux will take on Reims. Saint-Priest will take on Romorantin. And Châteauroux will take on Le Havre. Funnily enough, I've called all of them despite wanting to be selective. Okay. South Africa will take on Namibia in Group E by 9 p.m. Morocco will take on DR Congo by 3 p.m. 6 p.m. we'll see Zambia take on Tanzania. These are AFCON fixtures. In the Asian Cup, Oman will take on Thailand. There's also going to be a day between Kyrgyzstan against Saudi Arabia. That's in the Asian Cup. Okay, I didn't give us the result of matches played in the Asian Cup yesterday. Let me see if we can quickly get that for the guys who have their biro, their pens, and their papers handy. You get why? So I'm going to see if I can quickly get that, and then from there we'll move to the transfer center to let you know in who is going where, who's likely going to move to where this January transfer window. There've not been any major signing so far. Not Chelsea, not Arsenal, not Manchester United, but Tottenham Hotspur have been busy getting some players on loan to the club. There's a signing, by the way, but this is more like an appointment involving the two Manchester clubs. Omar Berrada has been appointed as Manchester United's new chief executive from rival club Manchester City. Whatever Manchester United did to take out somebody from Man City, hallelujah, God bless them. They are trying. By the way, the man was very much pivotal to the signing of Erling Haaland to Manchester City, the signing of Jack Grealish as well. So he generated a record revenue for Man City Academy while he was there. So how Manchester United get to secure his signature to join them? Hallelujah. Now only them savvy. I mean, how do you leave Man City to Manchester United at this very point? Okay, it's an administrative role, by the way. So you could tell. All right, let's look at the Asian Cup. Let's bring you the results in Group E. Jordan drew 2-2 against South Korea. Bahrain were 1-0 winners over Malaysia. These are the matches played yesterday in the Asian Cup. Okay, and then from there we move to the transfer center to look at what's happening, to give you updates. And like I said, no major signing just yet. No big name signing just yet in the January transfer window. I don't know who can explain why it is so dry. Is it because of the AFCON? Is it because of the Asian Cup? Why is it so dry?
It's January. Many big names will not be on the move in January. That's
but we saw Coutinho.
Those are one-off. They are rare. They are not common. It happens, but it's not common. That's
what about Fernando Torres from Liverpool to Chelsea? I think it was also in January. And that was a British record signing between two British clubs.
Luis Suarez from Ajax to Liverpool was a January transfer. Virgil van Dijk to Liverpool was a January transfer.
Mesut Ozil.
No, Mesut Ozil was at the end of the season. Was actually a summer transfer to Arsenal. And to Real Madrid, they were both summer transfers. Yeah, it's big January transfers are not common. They are rare. They are very rare. So I mean, you don't expect them to happen. Most big clubs, most teams have already had their team set for the season and will not want to alter or lose. And big clubs will not go for anyhow. Let me just look up for anyhow player ahead. You understand? You want to go for a player that will add value to your squad or make you compete or do better. And that sort of player is very important to the club they are in already. So they won't want to lose that player very at that critical point of the season. So I think that's why we have such a situation in January transfer window. Who knows? Deadline day, somebody could end up signing about 4 or 5 players. It's normal. The deadline day is funny. Business that couldn't be completed in 3 weeks or in 2 months will be completed in 2 hours. In less than 2 hours. So, I mean, it's funny how the transfer window works. It's like a whole competition or tournament on its own. But so far, it's just dry. Nothing really happening. Nothing much happening. And let's not forget, a lot of these Premier League clubs are also facing financial issues. So they are looking for how to balance their books. Man United, Wolves, Aston Villa, Nottingham Forest, Everton are all facing another points deduction. Man City, they are saying they could be relegated as things stand. So I do not know. FFP is nobody's friend now at the moment. So maybe that's why we're also not seeing clubs being careless in the transfer window.
By the way, a quick correction. So West Ham is not going for Real Sociedad, Omar Sadiq. They're actually going for Victor Boniface, please. So if you did hear Omar Sadiq, please unhear it if there's anything like that. If there's anything like that, unhear it, please. They're actually going to inform fiery Victor Boniface, who is currently recovering from injury at Bayer Leverkusen.
You should stay in Bayer Leverkusen, please.
Don't worry, we'll get there. But again, let's talk about Manchester. Whatever Manchester United did to convince this man to sign from City to United, God be with them.
Hallelujah.
But then again, what does this mean for United, Benjamin? You have a CEO. I mean, is it part of the orchestra, more like it, for the new era under the leadership of Sir Jim Ratcliffe? You know, getting this man to come to Manchester United, Benjamin. By the way, Morocco, who have been tipped to be the AFCON winners, have just scored, and it's red. Hakimi has scored for Morocco. They were able to score 3 past their very first opponent. Beautiful. So back to you now, Benjamin.
Yeah, Manchester United, Sir Cliff is actually doing something very good. You know, when you come to a team like a club like Manchester United, you know, a lot of things are at stake. You know, being in charge of football, after the affairs of football, you know, it's something that he really needs to sit down and then look at, analyze the situation of Manchester United and you know, and see how he can get solution. We all know that Manchester United problems these days is not actually, you know, it's not just an on-field problem. Yeah, players have been, you know, we've seen ex-players of Manchester United coming to say the dressing room is still the way it is to be, the gym is still the way it used to be when they were playing, actually. So the man has come into the team, you know, into the club, and trying to see how he can create, you know, a different atmosphere and then bring in new ideas and fresh ideas. It's a gradual process. You know, you can't just come into a club like Manchester United and try to change everything overnight. It doesn't work that way. So it's a gradual process. First, you know, he has actually oversaw the transfer of Jadon Sancho to the loan move of Jadon Sancho to Borussia Dortmund. It shows that the man is ready to work. And then, but I still don't understand the reason why Martial wants to get a new contract from Manchester United. Well, it all depends on what they want. But you look at the way the man is driving the boss of Manchester United, it shows that he's actually in the right direction. First, he has actually brought in, you know, a recruitment team which is made up of the former Manchester City. The man is of, you know, it's a former Manchester City staff. You know, well, like you said, how they pull that one off, I don't know, but it's just an administrative, you know, administrative position. It's not we even see players go either ways, so it's an administrative position. So I think the man is actually looking to bring in good players, because this man in question, he has brought in, you know, he oversaw the transfer of Erling Haaland. So it shows that the man can pull strings and then get good players from Manchester United.
All right, so that's it for Manchester United. It's 1-0 at the match between Morocco and DR Congo. So I just saw what's his name, Yasin Bono about to take a goal kick, and it reminds me of Score 90. Henry, I don't know if you've seen that. I don't know if you've seen.
I don't know how Score 90 will say Yasin Bono is the greatest ever African goalkeeper. With all due respect,
when you have a certain Vincent
Yama, Thomas Nkono, you can go on and mention a lot of great goalkeepers that have been there. Like how Yasin Bono.
I couldn't laugh. Like,
Yasin Bono.
I don't understand how they came up with that.
Even Sadio Mane and Mohamed Salah.
Mo Salah being there, understandable. Sadio Mane.
Have they done enough to be in Africa's all-time best 11?
I think Mo Salah has done enough to be in Africa's all-time 11. I think Mo Salah has actually done enough. A third place finish in the Ballon d'Or, and also being what he's doing with Liverpool. And I think, okay, it's not Egypt's all-time highest goal scorer. I see Ahmed Hassan, but still, his numbers and what he's done in world football, Salah is arguably the greatest African player of this generation.
Yes.
That's the simple truth. I think he has done enough.
In your own opinion.
No,
that's not the opinion of everybody.
I know, okay, it's not the opinion. I say he's arguably. So you can argue it if you want to, but to most people,
argue in favor of who?
You can argue against or in favor of Salah being the greatest of this generation, of this current generation of African footballers.
That's true.
No, I'm really asking those who want to argue, what are they arguing in favor of?
I don't know.
James, if you want to argue, what are you arguing in favor of?
Actually, I'm in support of what he said, but not everyone has that same opinion. That's what I'm just trying to let you know.
People should come out.
No, please come out and argue, please, because I mean, you look at Salah, the numbers, the consistency, and everything he's done.
Oh, he has done
Liverpool,
well.
Roma, Fiorentina. I didn't work out in Chelsea, yes, but that was early on in his career. He's turned his career around, and you can say Salah being in that list, no problem. I had no problem with Eto'o or George Weah. I mean, if Eto'o and George Weah are not there, where else would be there? But Sadio Mane, SCM was good, but I don't know.
Let me see if I can find it.
Please bring it out. SCM is good, but I don't know. And Hakimi being the right back, please.
Hakimi is even there. Like,
I don't know what Score 90. I don't know what Score 90 was thinking. I don't know what Score 90 was thinking when
Hakimi. Hakimi.
I mean, how Sadio Mane is there, and we have Mohamed Aboutrika not being there. Okay, Sadio Mane was an African Footballer of the Year, but I mean Mohamed Aboutrika, Jeje Okocha was not an African Footballer of the Year, but please come on, let's say it as it is.
I think what they use in making that list is based on the kind of club these players are playing. Because if that's not what you're using, Hakimi being there, I think there is better right back than Hakimi in African football.
There's been better right backs over the years in African football. I mean, come on. Look,
I'm trying.
Will you put the likes of Njitab
Jeremy Njitab?
Yeah, ahead of Joshua, ahead of Hakimi in that African 11.
I mean, I can.
Yeah, because I see Njitab Jeremy way ahead.
Njitab won the Champions League with Real Madrid.
He was way ahead of. He's way ahead of
Hakimi.
Joshua. Hakimi. He won the Champions League with them.
Okay, guys. Just before you guys continue, let me just read what Score 90 is put together. So, Africa all-time 11, according to Score 90, maybe according to Today FM, I beg. You get why? They say Yasin Bono and the goalkeeper.
Oh.
For the defenders, we have Asamoah, we have Rigobert Song, we have Kolo Toure, we have Hakimi.
Oh.
For the midfielders, we have Sadio Mane, we have Michael Essien, Toure, and Mohamed Salah. Up front, we have two players, Samuel Eto'o and Josh Weah. That's the list. Benjamin, you can continue. Score 90, you'll not be us.
Sadio Mane is there. Abedi Pele is not there.
Abedi Pele is not here. Sadio Mane is here.
Talusha Buaya is not there.
Buaya is not here.
Sadio Mane is there.
Yes. So you look at. I don't know how these guys came up with. I don't know how these guys came up with this. There's is certain Vincent Yama not here, but I'm seeing Bono here. I'm seeing
Bono.
Njitap Jeremy is not here. I'm seeing Hakim. So I don't understand. It probably is based on the kind of club you actually play.
Somebody told me that the people that put this, the committee that put it together, they started watching football from 2012.
Probably.
So if you why they put this kind of list together, at least they've heard of Samuel Eto'o, they've heard of Josh Ware, because those ones look appropriate, in their places. People can still argue against Michael Essien, honestly speaking.
I mean, Ahmed Hassan, the great Egyptian player, Ahmed Hassan, I mean, how is not the Abu Trika even not being...
Even people can still argue against Kolo Toure as a defender.
No, you can argue against... You could argue against Kolo Toure. I have no problem with Kolo Toure being there, frankly speaking. I have no problem. Although we've seen some other great defenders, centre backs in Africa, but I cannot really question Kolo Toure being there. He also played at the top level for a very long time. Arsenal, Liverpool, Man City, and won the AFCON eventually in 2015 with the Ivorian national team. But Yaya, no problem with Yaya being there. Yaya, definitely. But you see Michael Essien, you see Ashraf Hakimi, you see Yasin Bono, you see... Sadio Mane, I could even say Mane is an African footballer of the year, so okay, he can just cut some slack for him being there. But I feel they've been
for bench.
I bet the Pele, I mean,
and someone also said,
I mean, Pele was an AFCON winner, a Champions League winning captain for Marseille, won the French League one multiple times. I mean, come on, what are we saying now?
I posted it on my Facebook page, on my Facebook profile, and one of the comments said, Team B. So we get Team A.
No, there are some guys there that they should be in Team A, but they just use them to make Team B look very good. You understand?
Okay, I understand.
Yes. Yeah.
When you want to try to balance things, just like Jose Peseiro wants to take out his men, or you know what coaches do at times?
Yeah.
They want to pick their first 11 in the final, so they divide the team into two. They already know say these other guys will go to Team A. They help you just to balance it,
so that the training will be.
You understand? Maybe that's what they do. Anyways, if you've seen that, you can also weigh in and let us know what you think about that. Scott 90 putting together Africa all-time best 11, and Yasin Bono is there, Ashraf Hakimi, Sadio Mane, Michael Essien, and it has raised so much arguments and questions over the credibility of the players mentioned in all-time best 11 and all the players excluded. Nigerians came from the Nigerian angle, talked about Sunday Olise, Kanwankwa Kano, Jeje Okocha, Rashidi Yekini, Stephen Keshi, and all of that. Why are they not there in the list? And I'm also asking, have Sadio Mane and Mohamed Salah done enough to be included in an all-time best 11? Now, this is beyond score 90. Right, this is beyond score 90. This is my question on the show. Have they done enough, Sadio Mane and Mohamed Salah, have they done enough in football to be included in any all-time best 11? Okay, so the SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. The phone lines 0817 0000 951 and 0810 9510 951. Those are our feedback platforms that you could use to reach us on the show this afternoon. On our screens, we have Morocco taking on DR Congo, and it's 1-0 at the 17th minute of asking. Good afternoon. What's your name? Where are you calling us from? Okay, sorry about that. If it's the network, you could do well to call back 0810 9510 951 and 0817 0000 951. If you cannot get through to us by the phone lines, use the SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. Good afternoon.
My name is Iro. I'm calling from you.
Go ahead.
My argument about this list is Kolo Toure as a defender, he absolutely not deserve to be in that list. If it is very Toure, fine. But as a defender, he played for Liverpool. How long did he play for Liverpool? Was he consistent? How long? He not only played right, but he was an attacker later converted to a defender. Yes. Even in Premiership, how many times has he been voted in the Premiership best 11? He absolutely had no business in that defense. Toure I'm talking about.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Europe from Diop. So Kolo Toure has no business in that list. He has nothing to do there. All right, so we saw AFCON match. Keep the reactions coming through. I'm going to take them intermittently. Baghdad Buneja headed home 5 minutes into injury time to end Algeria 2-2 draw with Burkina Faso as the Africa Cup of Nations gets closer to the end of group stage matches. The match was played on Saturday, and that forced their opponent to wait to secure a place in the round of 16. Good afternoon. All right, do well to keep the reactions coming through. Back to the report. Mohamed Konate's opening goal for Burkina Faso was cancelled out by first Boneja's equalizer, but a veteran Traoré penalty put the Stallions back in front to the delight of their many supporters in a crowd of over 33,000. Bouaké, Ivory Coast second city. At the point Burkina Faso was heading through, but Boneja equalized a second time at the death to take his overall tally of goals to 3 and join Emilio Nsue of Equatorial Guinea as the tournament joint top scorer. Burkina Faso, the 2013 Cup of Nations runners-up, the edition that Nigeria won, reached the semi-final at the last edition in Cameroon 2 years ago. They have 4 points from 2 games in Group D and remain on course to qualify for the knockout phase before facing Angola next. Good afternoon.
Greetings to you.
Greetings to you too from Romaholu. Yep, welcome.
Thank you. Relax.
Yeah.
Whatsoever those people, whether they are people or the individual that make that list, to go back and make the number 1 list. Because that one.
That one and number 2 list.
We can actually put that list that maybe that like a top list also. But people, somebody like no Moroccan player deserves to be there. Where is there? They kick somebody like Mohamed Azan, Mohamed Aboutrika. The 18 that those people did not do well. Even this guy from a former Senegalese defender, Koli, guys that who did extremely well. Even our Vincent Yema deserve to be there. So what are we saying? Those guys are just waking up and give people. Maybe you just want people to prize it because they know that is not the real list. People will not accept on that. So as for me, it's irrelevant for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So go back and do the main list. That's my instruction. Go back and do the main list, as that one is not the main list. All right, now talking about Angola. Gelson Dallas struck twice as Angola defeated Mauritania 3-2 in the entertaining Africa Cup of Nations clash on Saturday to close in on a spot at the round of 16. Dalla gave Angola the lead on the half hour in Bouaké when a loose ball fell his way at the corner and his scruffy acrobatic effort bounced over 2 defenders on the line. Sidi Bouana Amar Hall Mauritania leveled as he weaved through the Angola defense before producing on airing low finish, but Dalla responded with the goal of similar brilliance early in the second half. Mauritania then paid the price for failing to clear, with Gilberto winning the ball inside the area and watching his shot deflect in off centre back Lamine Ba. Abubakar Koita slammed in from 20 meters to raise Mauritania hopes of a comeback, but Angola held on as Neblu made a crucial save to deny Amar a second of the contest. If he did miss that match, even the highlights will not do justice to that, to what happened between Mauritania and Angola. There's a school of thought, Henry, that even the relatively smaller matches are giving us more electrifying performances on the pitch of play compared to the expected big games at the AFCON.
I mean, the only big game in the AFCON that's really been electrifying was the Ghana-Egypt game. Every other game has been between the big sides. We saw Tunisia Mali yesterday. It was okay, it was decent, but it wasn't what we saw, like when we saw Cape Verde come Mozambique, or when we saw what we saw between Angola and Mauritania yesterday. I mean, it wasn't up to that. I mean, the first game, what was the first game? Okay, the Burkina Faso Algeria, although Burkina Faso are also a decent side on the corner, you can want to classify that as a big game also, Burkina Faso Algeria. That one did live up to the hype in a way, but I mean, the AFCON has been giving us good games. I think the small games have also tried their best. The small teams are stepping up their performance levels. They're doing a lot of things, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing those games being as entertaining as much as possible. I remember I was talking to my brother. He's like, "See, it's not about talent. Winning AFCON, your mind God's day. Like what we see, your mind God's day. Because if it's talent, Ghana should not be struggling because the Ghanaian squad on paper looks good. That's the funny thing. Ghana's squad on paper looks good, but it's just like their minds are not in it. They feel because we're big players or we're playing Europe, we'll just throw to the victory. It's not it. The smaller teams are stepping up. Mauritania, almost everybody, Hadibo, still in Africa or find themselves in Iraq or something, and you're seeing the way they are playing. Angola, Petrolo, Primero de Agosto, and Atletico Petrolero. Those are the clubs. Some of the players are in Portugal, no doubt. Some are in Europe or in the PSL. But you saw the performance. We were seeing the performance from Angola, playing out to 1-1 draw with Algeria in the first game, and we saw what they did against Mauritania yesterday. Although you ask yourself, is Mauritania that bigger side? But I mean, even Mauritania themselves actually gave us a good showing, even in the first game against Burkina Faso and also in that game against Angola. So yeah, it's been impressive from the small sides. They're stepping up their game. Namibia was impressive against Tunisia. So the AFCON, we're seeing an AFCON like we've not seen in the past. Maybe last time out we had Algeria and Ghana get kicked out. Maybe this time we'll have another country, we'll have more, because Cameroon look like they're staring an outstar in the face. Ghana, the same thing. If Algeria fails to win against what's their name now? If Algeria fails to win against Mauritania in the last game, although I don't see that happening still, they're out. And also Egypt themselves are not safe. Because if Egypt loses to Cape Verde, Mozambique finds a way to beat Ghana. That means Egypt and Ghana are out at the same time in a group that they were expected to cross one way or the other. So the AFCON has been serving us and giving us some good entertainment. And I just feel it's living up to expectations, even doing better than what we expected, actually.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Ghana, the Ghanaian national team, I think they are about matching their record of last AFCON, living in the group stage. So I think they want to match it this year too. So it's something. That is consistency on their part, living in group stages. Well, I think the AFCON actually have lived to a greater expectations. The organization is good. Officiating, style of play. Everything about AFCON has really been okay for me.
Okay, so let's look at the standings before we switch to the Nigerian side of things. Let's look at the standings and the possibility of who might be leaving and who might be staying. Henry didn't even add that Cote d'Ivoire must beat Equatorial Guinea for them to pull through to the next round. Else, bye. Equatorial so in Group A. Equatorial Guinea is leading Group A after 2 games. They've won 1, drawn 1. Same with Nigeria. So they're leading Nigeria with a goal difference of +1 in favor of the Guinean side. 4 points. Both of them have Ivory Coast with 3 points, and Guinea-Bissau, the whooping boys of the team, even though they've not conceded so much, no thanks to Nigeria inability. Okay, they are yet to face Nigeria anyways. So yeah, so as it stands, Equatorial Guinea and Nigeria are the favorite to make it out of that group. For Ivory Coast, they must, because even the best losers thing is not even safe for them after having just 2 goals in your very first game and with 3 points if they eventually lose to Equatorial Guinea in their last group game. So it's more like they have to even secure that best losers. Good afternoon, welcome.
Reliance.
Okay.
Thank you, bro. As I was saying, before now, I told the whole world that my AFCON team is the Equatorial Guinea. You guys everybody were shouting. And look at it. We are a bench of qualifying. We have already qualified. Instead of Equatorial Guinea not qualifying, Nigeria will come back home for Equatorial Guinea to progress. And that is the team. This is the team that will win the African
Nigeria Equatorial Guinea don't play finish.
I don't say they don't play finish.
Yeah, so they're not facing themselves at the last group game.
There's a possibility if Equatorial Guinea not going further, Nigeria will drop back for them to go further. As I'm talking to you, we don't play finish. We'll share the same point. But for now, whosoever we meet, we are going to send Ivory Coast back to where they come from. By football these days not all about muscle. We are going further to win the Nations Cup for the first time. I want to also impress you what I'm seeing in this Nations Cup. Officiating and the introduction of young referee, young boys and the rest. I'm impressed with that. And officiating is quite magnificent. And talk about VAR, everything is spot on. Even when you see the mistake that is happening in England and the rest, they do all the more you look, the less you see. And we are not seeing anything like that in AFCON. Brother, I stand to give them 95% accolades in this particular AFCON because they have done so marvelously well and extremely well, my brother. This AFCON, for now, it remains the best. Just like a Qatar World Cup, it remains the best. So my team, we are going to
Guinea is going to the final.
Equatorial Guinea, we are going to see
and they will meet Nigeria again. Nigeria will beat them this time.
Nigeria gets left. They have to score against Equatorial Guinea. As I'm talking to you, my brother, even we meet Nigeria at the final or quarter final, we are going to send them home. Equatorial Guinea all the way, my brother.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so if they meet Nigeria at the final, they go send Ona home. Ona and local government in Akwa Ibom State. That's my understanding. All right, in Group B, Cape leading with Egypt second. At the beginning of the AFCON, I could still recall that people voted Egypt and Ghana to qualify out of that group. But yeah, Cape after 2 matches, they're leading. They've not lost any match so far. They have 6 points and 4+4 goal difference, more than any other team. The only team that comes close in terms of goal difference is Egypt. And guess how many they have? No one. 0. Hi, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, the line.
Yes, please. What's your name and your location, then your submission?
Yeah, good afternoon, other gentlemen.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yeah, this is Mr. Liverpool calling from Moyibo.
Go ahead.
Well, concerning the ranking, there's everybody is entitled for his opinion. They are their own opinion, because I cannot question them. But from my own suggestion, maybe where is that? Some of the players that they put there, like now, former defender, which is Koluture, and one other player like that, they're supposed to, they did not merit the list. Because how can JJ Okocha, what of Rashidi Yakini? What of this former Cameroonian goalkeeper that keep for one Spanish league like that? His name started from K. There's one Cameroon goalkeeper that keep. I think that was Korea Japan 2002 World Cup.
His name is
His name starts for K. Okay, Nkono kept for Espanyol. Kameni also kept for Espanyol.
Kameni plays for Marseille.
Yeah. He played for Espanyol, played for Getafe. Was he as well?
Yeah, Carlos.
Yes, that Cameroonian goalkeeper. What of our own goalkeeper, which is Rofai? No, there's their own opinion. For ongoing AFCON, I don't know why NEPA don't want to bring, let me watch it at my zone, but I'm following you people. No, from 9 to 9 o'clock I will watch it at my own. Okay. Well, the game, as last caller said, the game is going smoothly. The officiating is 100% accurate. Our white people call it, that is a fantastic way. So, the thing look nice. There is nothing I can do, say corruption or match fixing or any, maybe mago. I've never seen it come across any maybe something like that. The match is going smoothly. The referees start right. They have even the so-called host country. Since I have watching AFCON, this is my first AFCON that I watch. The organization looks smooth, fantastic. They try the pitch. You people say what is affecting the pitch because of some of
weather condition.
The weather condition for the pitch, even the scoreboard, everything. It look accurate, very fantastic. They tried. They merit it. I read them. Yes, they really put over. They really tried. And it will be my wish, Mr. Liverpool wish that let us now. There's even second or best loser. They should come out so that let us. If you then go out for this stage is going to maybe shake the AFCON. If we let them try their last game, win their last game, even second or best loser, so that then we play something like maybe quarter final. Okay. I'm following you. People should just keep it on. Mr. Liverpool from Oliver.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liverpool. Thank you very much too for being there. So in Group B, like I said, Cape is leading with 6 points. No other team in that group has won any match. No, not Egypt, not Ghana, not Mozambique. None of them don't win any match. So Egypt is in a better place to qualify as the second, because as it be now, Cape Verde is the only team so far, yeah? The only team so far to have made it to the round of 16 after securing 6 maximum points in their 2 games. Have Senegal qualified? Yeah, Senegal have qualified. Senegal become okay. So Cape Verde were the first team to qualify to the round of 16, followed up by Senegal. All right, so keep the reactions coming through. I'm still taking your calls. Good afternoon.
Reliance, I greet you. I call you back, Kevin. Let me just ask you.
Why they call me back?
I have a question for you. We are just talking about it. We are just talking, praising about this in Nigeria.
You say Equatorial Guinea go reach final, and they go miss Nigeria. They go beat Tuna. If
I say so, that one I'm a slip of tongue, because the last time I checked, your country Nigeria will never reach final. So they will just try their best, but they will not reach final. And let me ask you, if you grow up as a young man, started watching football, you don't see where your country holds Nations Cup.
I don't see where my country do it in.
Because they common as Nations Cup.
Ghana, Nigeria, 2000.
2000. That one you are partner with Ghana. Is that what they call? That is not. I don't count that
20, one. The next edition of the World Cup. Do you know how many countries will host it?
The next edition of World Cup. Yes, I know. It's 3 countries: Canada, US, and Mexico. I know, but that doesn't matter. I'm telling you, before that time.
No, it actually matters, Mexico. Because you said you're trying to water down Nigeria co-hosting the AFCON with Ghana. And I'm telling you that as big as the World Cup is, bigger than the AFCON in terms of ranking and indices, and maybe in terms of revenue generated as well, the next World Cup, now 3 countries go host them.
And Mexico have automatically hosted by themselves. Canada, which is, I know, they have host. I don't know.
And I think there's also another World Cup before hosts.
So I want to tell you, as proud as your country you are proud about, common Nations Cup, you can't start. You even have, do you have stadium? You don't even have a stadium where you can host people. You are proud about having a one stadium. Is that something to be talking about? My God. You should not be proud. Join me and support the Equatorial Guinea. The next Nations Cup will be hosting either Equatorial Guinea or we join it with
Eto, let me tell you what to do. You want me to really join you?
Hey.
Okay, let me tell you what to do. This is January. This is January, and is the winter transfer window, and fans are allowed to be signed as well. So if you want to sign me, reach out to my agent. Discuss the transfer fee, everything, and once it's concluded, I can join you. If it meets my standard, I can join you.
I will meet. Either come to meet you direct, because I don't do things to agents.
No, if you can't cheat me, my agent I open for the business very well. If you can't cheat me, so go through my agent. All right, thank you very much. We do appreciate you for calling in. Now in Group C, Senegal leading with 6 points after 2 games, and Guinea in second place, 4 points after 2 games. The next team is Cameroon, so it's very dicey. Cameroon has just 1 point, very dicey for them, and a -2 goal difference. So they will have to win their next match to even think of best losers if it's eventually going to come. All right. So now in Group D, Angola, Mauritania. You'll have to, in fact, that particular group, they'll have to take it to the final group games for them to decide who's going to make it to the round of 16 after we saw that epic 5-goal thriller between Angola and Mauritania yesterday. Angola leads that group with 4 points, and they have a +1 goal difference. It's the same with Burkina Faso, 4 points in the +1 goal difference as well. Algeria, 2 points, having drawn their last 2 or their 2 matches played so far. Mauritania, the whooping boys of the team, with no point. In Group E, it's Mali leading with 4 points after 2 games, and Namibia 3 points, 1 win and one win only. They should be playing their second match today. I'll confirm that, and then of course they're looking at facing South Africa. South Africa are bottom of that group with 0 points. South Africa, where Benjamin Bintok say Benjamin Gemma in rank ahead of ahead of Nigeria. You gain mind. See, 0 points. 0 points.
How many players coming from the PSL to the African Nations Cup?
We hear
there are 5 goalkeepers playing in this tournament that are coming from PSL.
Nice
Even
skills.
your own Nwabali is from the PSL.
No, don't shift goalpost.
No, but
they don't get administration again. They don't get everything past Nigeria again.
They get past Nigeria now.
Then get.
What do you not get? I don't get anything.
As they get past Nigeria now, they don't qualify to the round of 16. 0 points, South Africa. You get mind. You get mind.
It looks like they're about to give DR Congo a penalty.
Okay, so let's look at what's happening there. My eyes were off the screens at the moment, so let's see.
There was a corner for DR Congo, and actually a free kick, and it was taken in. The ball went out, and the DR Congo player was actually on the floor, was bleeding, and he was treated. And the referee pointed for a corner again because that's what we all thought then. I don't know. He started asking for it to be reviewed that he was elbowed. At the end of the day, the process of reviewing, it turned out they were not reviewed for a handball. And Selim Amala was actually judged to have actually handled the ball in the box, and it's definitely a handball. That is a handball from Selim Amala, and that is a penalty for DR Congo.
Okay, and Selim Amala has been yellow carded already by the center referee. So this match might just turn on its head as DR Congo has been awarded a penalty at the 39th minute of the encounter, and the player is still on the floor being treated more like a collision, but he might continue. Reminds me of Nigeria's terrible ways. I mean, that guy, he still carry that head, go try not ball, and it reminds me for a score for that match. Okay, so it's going to be a penalty. Let's see if he's going to be converted. Yasin Bono, a World Cup semi-finalist. What can you do? Can you save the blushes of your defender, and can you ensure that the clean sheet will be kept? They've kept 2 clean sheets so far, yeah? Morocco. Okay, this is the second match. They won the first one. Actually, this is not their third match. Okay, it's the second group game.
Second. Nigeria is group A.
Yeah. So, let's see what is going to happen. There's tension in the field. You need to convert. It's quite important for you to score. Give your team a lifeline. He's about to take it. He takes it and he misses it. Hits the uprights, and it still remains 1-0 in favor of the 2022 World Cup semi-finalists.
I mean, his hands were shaking. He looked scared. He looked scared. Immediately I saw the hands shaking, I was like, no. No, the only way he gets to score this is if he's on target and Bono doesn't follow. That's the only way.
And Bono actually followed, even though he wouldn't have saved it because the pace of the ball was a little bit faster than his dive.
It wasn't even a convincing penalty from Bakambu. The way he played it wasn't convincing at all.
You didn't do that, bro.
It wasn't
the senior players in that team.
Yeah.
All right, so in Group F, it's Morocco leading that group. They are currently playing a 1-0 scoreline against DR Congo. By going by the live table, they actually have 6 points so far in case anything happens, or unless anything happens in this match. And it's Zambia in second place with 1 point, DR Congo 1 point as well, Tanzania no point. So we can't say exactly what's going to happen there until the games are concluded. Then we cannot decide if Morocco wins this match, then they are safely through to the round of 16.
I think they are going to retake the penalty.
His legs off the line?
They are still checking.
All right, so let's see what's going to happen. Is it going to be a retake for DR Congo or other thing being investigated? It's play on. It's surely play on. So the match continues between Morocco and DR Congo. Guys, so that's it for the AFCON. In case you need updates of what's happening, it looks like it's going to be an AFCON for the small teams, except Morocco, we're not hungry for anybody. Senegal, no hungry for anybody. These are the 2 outstanding teams so far, these AFCON. And then Cape Verde, surprisingly, Cape Verde, equally outstanding, because they've been able to secure all maximum points in their 2 games played. What do we make of the inability of the expected big names to perform exceedingly well or excellently so far this AFCON? What do you make of it, for James?
The AFCON has been a very fantastic tournament this year. What I love about the tournament this year is the unpredictability of teams, because most of the teams that we termed as small teams are the ones even performing better than the big teams. You know why? Most of the players in these teams, their profiles are not in public domain. So it's difficult for teams to actually understand the kind of players they are coming with for the tournament. So it's that unpredictability that is causing a lot of issues in this competition we are witnessing right now. Most of the big teams that we expect them to perform very well are not performing very well because they themselves don't know the kind of players they are facing. And them being big teams, most of their players playing in Europe, the opponent can easily go through their profile. They can easily know their weaknesses, their strengths concerning the games, and by so doing, they will be able to cope with these players rather than the big players coping with the ones that are unknown. That's one of the reasons why the tournament is going the way it is going. Though I still expect some of the big teams are still playing up to expectation. Teams like Senegal, Morocco are still playing up to expectation. Now, one of the surprising teams we have in this tournament is Cape Verde. I, for one, I never expected Cape Verde to win their first two matches, but that is what football is all about. It's all about you collecting your 3 points, and that they did with their first two matches, and they are on the verge of qualifying. In fact, they have already qualified for the next round of the tournament. So that's a good one for them. We are still hoping to see more exciting moments in this AFCON. And one important thing I love about the Nations Cup is the quality of refereeing that we have been experiencing. There have been no complaint or whatsoever because the refereeing has been up to standard. I think I saw a comment on Twitter where they were saying that England referees should learn from the African referees that are officiating in this Nations Cup because they have been doing fantastically well. And that's a plus to the host nation.
Yeah, we are all clamoring for our own. We are supporting our own. The refereeing that we've been seeing in the Premier League. It's something that. It's awful though, but coming down to the Nations Cup, I would say the refereeing is very, very okay. Very okay. See situations where, if the players actually disagrees with, some critical decisions, the ref just goes down to the on-field monitor and then check out things that, that the players are actually complaining about. Look at what happened just now against the corner kick against Morocco. The DR Congo player took the corner kick and then he fell on the ground. He was actually, he was bleeding. At some point, his head was broken, and then he was actually bleeding. They were telling the ref that the DR Congo players were actually telling the ref that he was able. And then at first, the ref did not agree to that decision until he went to the monitor. He saw it, and then he gave a penalty for the handball. And then yes, if it was the Premier League, as long as the referee doesn't agree to the complaint of the players, you just move on. Look at the game against Liverpool against Tottenham this season, where Liverpool were actually they were denying the goal, Luis Diaz's goal. The referee did not even bother going to look at the monitor. The VAR didn't even call the referee. So these are the things that actually these are the reasons why the Africans fans in the African session of the AFCON are actually calling on referees for in the Premier League to take a leap to for them to see what's happening actually in the AFCON. We've not had them where the PGMOL comes out to write an apology letter for you after they've actually cancelled your goal or undo you. In that game, coming to apologize, and then we some coming to them later on after time we'll see Demont Gallagher coming on the screen, to come and tell you this was supposed to be a goal, the referee was not right. But the deed has been done already. So why are you coming to apologize to me? Why are you coming to tell me it was supposed to be a goal and all that? We've not seen it in this AFCON. This is a typical new AFCON. You talk about the goals. Yeah, AFCON, the typical AFCON we are used to. The fact that teams win 1-0, 1-0, yeah, at best 2-0. But this AFCON so far has been full of goals, full of excitement. You know, the officiating has been top notch. The facilities have been okay. Yeah, even if little things, some fans are actually clamoring and crying for better watering of the pitch. It's all okay. It's something that for the first time we are watching African Cup of Nations. You don't know what to expect. The smaller teams playing against big team is not a game that is not a walkover that you say ordinarily the smaller team is going to lose to the big team. It's not that way. Look at Cape Verde, though the last AFCON they actually qualified for the knockout stages here, but this time they are doing it in style, winning 2 out of 2. It's obvious that the African players are actually raising up their standard, and just like James have said, the smaller teams, the bigger teams that plays in Europe, yeah, it's difficult for you to look at the tactics of the smaller teams because most of the players are actually playing in their local league. Yeah, you don't have that luxury of time to start studying them. What do you study them? How do you study them? They don't have this technology to say, okay, these teams, most of the leagues in Africa, they don't show them on TV. So how do you they don't even have profiles. So how do you go how do you go online and start looking for their profile, probably how they play tactics and all that?
It has always been a case like that, and it's even I think leagues, because for instance the Kenyan league is on TV,
yeah,
the Zambian league is on TV,
yeah, but not all the games though.
Let me not even talk about South Africa. Let me not talk about Morocco, Tunisia, the North Africans.
Yeah.
So it has always been like that, right? Before any AFCON.
Yeah.
I think the exposure has even been better this time around, because we get to see these countries have their leagues on TV, set up professional leagues. So does that still count as a case for how we've seen the so-called smaller teams perform?
Yeah, it's been a case actually, because the more popular you become, the more you raise up your standard. The bar is high. You look at Zambia, yeah, the Zambian league, it's been televised on TV. You know what to expect from Zambia. The way they play. Then you look at the PSL. It's something that is being aired week in, week out. You know the kind of facility they have. They are used to these modern things. So I feel all those things actually boils down. It actually play a role in how the smaller teams have actually fared in this tournament.
All right, so keep the reactions coming through. Let us know what you think about what we've seen so far. We are getting set. Monday being tomorrow will set the tone for the final group games of the ongoing Cote d'Ivoire 2023 AFCON. And we've seen so far that the smaller teams, that relatively smaller teams anyways, have given the supposed big names a run for their money. I mean, look at Ghana struggling to qualify. Same with Egypt, more Cameroon and all the like. So what do you make of that? Let us know what you think. Use the SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. We're going to be switching things over, and of course I did promise us an interview with one of the primary player in the ongoing administrative tussle between the NFF. Is it even a tussle? Well, let's say the court case or the court ruling regarding the September 30 NFF election in 2022. So we'll get to that part of the conversation. There's also the part where Victor Boniface has been targeted by West Ham, and we hear the club is ready to break their banks to secure the services of the Nigerian who is currently recovering from injury at Germany. Hopefully he will play for Leverkusen, which is his club.
is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Underrated, but I'm still cashing out. You go shock, you say I get money, pass your faith. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to le spend on your own. My G, on my day on. My G, Shuluwo to le spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Okay, if you rubbish my talent, no be you I sing for, no be your apartment. I can dare say you stay with your mommy and daddy at 35. Well, right. Okay, if I know in Grammy, if I know in Grammy, I go stay with Grammy.
For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
If you get 35 houses, now only one house you go stay at once.
It's still Today's Sports Live, the marathon edition of the show. You're reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name remains Reliable Reliance O'Donian. I have Benjamin Nina, Full James Owe, and of course, I equally have Henry Ogugwo in the studio with me. Not forgetting you're listening from your various locations. Thank you very much for being there with us from the 1 o'clock hour. We are gradually getting towards the end of the show. There is also the updates from the Nigerian Super Eagles camp to bring to you on the show this afternoon. Make that this evening, because we're just some minutes before this 4 o'clock hour, and that's 4 p.m. based on our studio time here. 4 o'clock exactly, or on the dot, based on our studio time here. So we'll get to the aspect of the conversation that regards or that concerns the leadership of football here in Nigeria, talking about the Nigeria Football Federation, as on Friday, the Abuja division of the appeal court sacked the Ibrahim Gusso-led Nigeria Football Federation board. In an appeal number CA/ABJ/CV/1006/2022, the Court of Appeal panel, led by Justice Barika together with Justices Okonabang and Justice Banjoko, sacked the NFF board by setting aside and striking out all, quote, dubious orders and allegedly obtained by, quote, deceit on the 29th of September 2022 to conduct the purported NFF election of September 30th in Benin City, Edo State. A statement by Harrison Jala, chairman, Task Force Professional Footballers Association of Nigeria, PFAN, stated that the court struck out all processes concerning the NFF appeal and further ordered that the processes be deleted from all systems of court forthwith.
Say you stay with your mommy and daddy at 35.
According to the statement, parties in the matter were represented by the following councils: NFF Jibrin Okutekba San, represented by Peace Omiri and Barrister Arno from his chambers, while PFAN Task Force was represented by Dr. Celsus Okbong, Chief Ramsin Baribote, and Mary Waribo. Now, quoting the statement further, in the light of the above, any sacked NFF board member parading himself after the ongoing AFCON in Ivory Coast will be risking criminal contempt proceeding. Well, yet the NFF are yet to respond to any official inquiry and the development as well. Benjamin, we are back to the usual scenario in Nigeria. Court case, and the Ibrahim Musa-led NFF board has been sacked. Let's keep it the way it is, that the court verdict be upheld. What does this mean for Nigerian football?
First, Reliance, I have to say that Nigerian football is going to, hit the rock, because, we've seen previously what FIFA can do and what FIFA law states. Part of that law is that government, there should not be, interferences into in football. They've got there's court for arbitration for sports, where you can take this matter to not a civil court. It's something that we know how this thing can actually happen, what this thing can cause. Previously we've had that in our basketball, where it's landed us it gave us a ban, making the team actually not to, play in one of the major tournaments. So it's something that shouldn't even come up in the first place. Where have we heard these things in civilized country or in other football powerhouse? At some point this year, Brazil actually, faced that same issue where taking matters to civil court, government interferences and all that. So where have we heard in civilized country, or let's say Italy, or where someone takes a footballing matter to a civil court, and then probably in England, where have we seen all those? So these are powerhouses. These are mistakes that you shouldn't make as a footballing nation. So for me, I would say it's a primary school error. You shouldn't do that, no matter the case. It is something that now we are hearing that after the Nations Cup, that any of the NFF offices or office holders that parade themselves will be risking a criminal, will be risking being liable to a criminal offense. Yeah, so it brings distraction to the national team, to the national teams, not just the Super Eagles, cut across the national team, Super Falcons, the Falconets, and then the Flying Eagles. It's more or less like a distraction to the team. At this point where we think that after the election we are now trying to get stability, these things are coming up. I think it's more or less like a distraction to the national team for me.
This particular situation, Nigeria, we have turned everything is just politicized. There are some things that are no longer passing through the right processes. As Benjamin rightly said, these are sporting matters and they need to pass through the court of arbitration and not civil court.
Okay, just before you continue, we have Harrison Jala on the line. Harrison Jala is the chairman of the Professional Footballers Association of Nigeria, has been part and parcel of Nigerian football ecosystem. He joins us via the phone line this afternoon. Great to have you join us, sir, and good evening to you.
Good evening. Good evening to the people of Garden City. Good evening to the good people of River State. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much for making our time to join us on the show. So let's start from here. We have the court verdicts in our hands. We read out the reports some seconds ago before we call you to join us. Now, you've been very active in this case, even before the NFF General Congress, before the election, September 30, 2022. Now we have it that the Court of Appeal has listened to a suit filed by PFAN and, of course, other members against the election that held 2022 that saw Ibrahim Musa Guzo emerge as the president of the NFF. Talk us through the whole process before we get to this point.
Okay, let me clarify some issues here.
Yeah.
We were not the one who went to the Court of Appeal. We were in the Federal High Court. We stopped the election that was to be held in Benin City with an order of the Federal High Court in Abuja, because we are asking for proportional and equal representation in all the bodies of the NFF. As a statutory member, we are one of the 5 statutory members that makes up the Congress, and we are saying that the representation is not proportional. We have the coaches, we have the referees, we have the players, and we have the
FA chairman.
What we are simply saying is that the rules are very clear. All the bodies that makes up, all the statutory bodies that makes up, they have equal status. The rule, the statute didn't say any of those affiliate bodies are superior to the other. It's very clear there. So we don't know why one group should have 37 votes out of 44 members. Each time you go for election, they begin to elect them.
Hello there. Hello? Okay, look like we have a misconnection. We'll try to establish connection with Harris Njala, the chairman of Professional Association of Footballers in Nigeria, PFAN, who was talking to us about the current verdict of the court and trying to make some clarifications regarding the court ruling that has seen the NFF election of September 30 nullified by the court, and so whoever emerged victorious in that election should not hold any office. And according to the statement we have, after the Ivory Coast 2023 AFCON, none of them should be in charge of any office at the NFF. And of course, he was still talking to us about the processes, what went down. So they are looking at being given representation in the NFF Executive Committee, because that has always been a case. I mean, if you go back to before the 2022 election, there were so many court cases. There was a court case in Bielsa that was orchestrated by PFAN, led by Harris Njala himself, seeking for equal representation, and that also was to stop the election coming further. But then again, they had a meeting where there was an agreement that, look, the NFF statute will be amended and they will be given representation in the NFF Executive Committee. Well, along the line, that agreement was not kept by the NFF. And so, because, I mean, PFAN had to vacate court orders, you know, they had to vacate cases in the court to pave way for the election to pull through, or for the smooth running of the NFF at the time. But when they discovered that they were not going to have it, you know, it led to aggrieved members of the of footballing stakeholders in Nigeria, litigations here and there, and they went to the Federal High Court to secure an injunction to stop the NFF September 30 election. All right, to stop the election that was scheduled for September 30, 2022 in Benin City. Now, people believe that election was not going to hold due to that court, because I could recall the permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Youth and Sport Development releasing a statement to telling all parties to maintain status quo and obey court order, stopping the election from holding. But just some minutes, the night before the election, the NFF secured another order, nullifying the order that was secured by the Federal High Court, giving a green light for the election to go ahead a night before the election in Benin City. And so that election held. Ibrahim Musa Gusau emerged the president. And here we are, an appeal court sacking all members elected, members of the NFF elected. So we'll try to see how we can re-establish connection with Harris Njala to talk us through the whole process and, of course, answer some questions I have for him on the show this evening. All right, we have the PFAN chairman back on the line, Harris Njala. Welcome back. A little bit of network interruption.
Yes, thank you very much. Like I was saying, you had one constituency that had 37 members, you know, out of the 44 members of the Congress. So each time there is an election, it is that same group that dominates the board. There are about 11 of them or 12 of them will become members of the board. Every other persons are onlookers. And these are not quality football administrators. They are just FA chairmen who are supposed to be working in their states to develop football. We said, no, this cannot work. This imbalance has to be completed, has to be corrected. And the former president, President Buhari, had to step into the matter when we filed a petition to him. He said, no. You have to do a reform and ensure that everybody's carried along. They didn't listen, so they attempted in that process to go and do election in Benin. We're already in court, and we told the court, look, These people are proceeding with the election. The court stopped the election. Okay? They now proceeded to the Court of Appeal to now seek an order, an interim order, to go ahead to proceed with the election. You know, and we oppose that interim order. And the court said, okay, we'll look into your case. If you have a genuine case, we will, nullify the election. That's exactly what happened. And the Court of Appeal has discovered, as we speak today, that they didn't even properly come before them, because they didn't seek the leave of the lower courts. They didn't transmit records from the lower courts. So the panel of justices who decided the case, because the case was on since 16th of January, they adjourned to 18th. From 18th again, they looked at it again and adjourned before they finally made their ruling on the 19th. These three justices handling the matter now were not the set panel. Those ones have been transferred. So they look at it and they say there is nothing before us. How did you even get this order in the first place? That was an embarrassment. And the court now said, no, there is no appeal before us. The so-called board stands dissolved because the election was held against a subsisting court order. That order was set aside.
All right. Now, let's. You mentioned earlier on that it's not PFAN that went to court that resulted in the sacking of the current NFF board led by Brian Musa Gusso. Can we have further clarity on that? Is it the court that decided to look back into the verdicts that earlier granted them the go ahead? Because I could recall on the 29th of September, 2022, the NFF sought for an interim an order. Okay, looks like we've lost him. Oh, okay, we've lost him again, over at the phone line. We'll see how we can sort this out. I mean, this is becoming very disturbing, but the network is not really our friend. But we'll see how we can sort it out to have him talk further with us on the show. But so far from what you've heard, Henry, what do you make of what you've heard so far from the PFAN chairman? The litigations and all of that.
There was no appeal, but yes, there was a court order for the elections to guide. Look, it's actually funny how this is happening in Nigeria. And start asking yourself, do we keep to the law? What do we make of our law? Is our law just for fancy or for something we used to play around? Because look, as much as I say yes, it's football. It shouldn't be taken. Football matters should not be taken to the civil court. But still, a court order was in place, and if the right channels were not done for an appeal and there was no even appeal being filed or an appeal was not filed, then most likely by the looks of things, Ibrahim Musa Gusso does not or he should not be our NFF president as things stand. That's the funny thing, and that's the sad thing. Every time there's an election cycle in federations in this country, we get to see these things play out over and over again. They get to do the same thing over and over again. So it's a big problem. It's a big problem. It's problematic. You have to say the least. I don't know what's going to become of this, but looking at everything, there are a lot of issues that need to be sorted out. I don't know if the dissolution of the NFF board will actually get to stand or hold. Wait to see how the matter is taken up, because by the looks of things, very soon FIFA will take keen interest in this and what's going on, and it's going to be very bad for us, because if they do take keen interest, we have little or no time to sort our issues out, and we face a ban. That's what most likely going to happen. But by the looks of things, the right thing was not even done in the first place for the election to hold. So that's a problem. All right,
we have Jala back on the line. Network doesn't look like it's our friend today. We'll just manage as much as we can. Apologies on behalf of the network, but great to have you back on the line, sir.
Thank you very much. So, as I was saying, that's the position. The court has critically looked into the matter, and set aside the order that gave birth to the election. of September 30th. So as we speak, there is no but until those amendments are made in the statutes for the private sector to participate fully in Nigerian football. Football is a huge business, so it cannot be restricted to some people who have no idea about how to promote business football. So it can even become one of the highest, labor employers in Nigeria. So we want to be serious about it and ensure that the right people run the affairs of Nigerian football. So that is where we are as we speak today.
Okay.
What we're asking for is that amendments should be made on the statutes, that the football participation should be opened up to the private sector and equally opened up to all the members who constitute the federation, because they have equal status. So that's the thing. It is undemocratic for one group, who are grossly incompetent to be running our football. It's a huge business, and we want to make it so. So that's where we are. Those changes must come before we can make progress.
Okay, now, now earlier on you said that it's not PFAN that took this matter to court once again. Because I could remember that September 29, the NFF secured an order giving them the go ahead to go ahead with the September 30th election from the appeal court. So, is it the appeal court that decided to look further into this matter and said no, something was not done right, or the PFAN that dragged the attention or drew the attention of the appeal court to look into that order that the NFF used to give themselves the go ahead for the September 30 election? Let's just have that clarity before we move further.
Yes, you see, that order was an interim order. It was not an order, so to speak, because on September 28th, the chairman of the electoral committee, if you will remember, made a public statement, and that is curious. On the 28th, he said all the contestants should be proceeding to Benin, that they have procured an order. And that was not true. So that 28th, in the evening of that 28th, I received a call from an official of the Court of Appeal who said I should come to the court in the morning of 29 September. I said, no, I'm already in Lagos. He said, I said, how did you get my name? He said, no, I know you now. You are Harrison John. I said, yes. He said, I'm going to tell your lawyers now. I said, okay, no problem. 10 minutes time, I called our lawyer. He said, no, they just have him now. I said, okay, go to the court. Meanwhile, when I looked at the time, it was 7 p.m. Meanwhile, that same day, 28th, the chairman of the electoral committee of the NFF, the senior advocate of Nigeria, told Nigerians in a press statement that they already procured an order. So something is curious there. So my people went to the court on the 29th. That was when the ruling was issued. Meanwhile, the electoral committee chairman has issued a public statement that they procured an order on the 28th.
Even before the ruling was made.
Before the ruling was made itself. And the federal government has issued a statement that the election should not be held in Benin. That they should obey the court order or come to Abuja. They didn't listen. They proceeded with the election. And when our lawyers went to the court, they objected to the election. They said, okay, we'll come back on Tuesday. That day was a Thursday. On Tuesday was 5th of October. They went back on the 5th of October and they said they will look into our complaints. And they started adjourning until the election came and they were handling political cases and so on. This is when 1 year after, this is when we got justice. Because those 3 justices were transferred from the Court of Appeal in Abuja. So how did they procure
the appeal?
How did they procure that order? Because one, they didn't transmit any records from the lower courts. The Court of Appeal was embarrassed because there was no record before them. They didn't seek the leave of the lower courts. If you want to appeal is a right. What you need to do, if you are dissatisfied with the order, or you are dissatisfied with the judgment or the ruling of a court, it's your right. You tell the court will grant you leave. It's a right to go and appeal. That is not the case in this situation. Then when they give you the list, you will now transmit that record to the Court of Appeal and pay the judicial receipt to be issued. Then you transfer that thing to the Court of Appeal. The judges in the Court of Appeal will now arrive at their decision based on the complaints before them as transmitted from the lower courts. Because they must know what is the injustice that was meted out to you in the lower court. The record is not before the Court of Appeal. Nothing.
Okay, let's get one thing clear. So this matter that we finally hear the ruling from the court just about 2 days ago has been at the table of the Court of Appeal even before now. It's not like it's something new.
No. It's been there. They went to the court. It is they that went to the Court of Appeal. They were trying to sidetrack the order that stopped them. They were desperate in going ahead with the election.
Okay.
That's their way. That's their attitude. They were desperate in go, and when they are desperate about doing something, they don't care about the law. They were desperate. So they went to Court of Appeal. They were the one who went to Court of Appeal. We didn't go there. We just went there to defend ourselves.
Yeah.
So in order to sidetrack the order of the lower court, they went there. How they procured that order is still a mystery. Because there is nothing before the courts to have granted that order. That is the embarrassment the current panel of justices are facing.
Okay.
How did they come here? Who issued? How did they secure that order from here? Because there is nothing before us. In that fit of anger, that's why they came out with their own and said, no, this is not proper. There's nothing before us. So there was no election as we speak in Benin. That election was illegal, and in the eyes of the law, it never held.
All right, for further clarity, so the NFF-led board, the NFF-led board by Brian Musaguso has been sacked on the premise or on the basis of an illegal court order granting them the go-ahead for the election, not on the basis, not on the basis of the demands of PFAN. Just to have clarity.
No, not that. What PFAN is asking for is still before the lower court. We are asking for proportional representation. It's a right. We are saying no. We are members of this group. One group cannot hijack the process and be electing and re-electing themselves every 4 years. That's not democratic. Open the system up for everybody to participate so that we can have competent and qualified Nigerians to move the industry forward. Look at the music industry today. It's a renowned industry in the world, Nigerian music industry. Football is larger than music. So we know what we are saying. We have the population, we have the resources, we have the talent. We cannot be running an association, a federation where all you do is to go for World Cup and you go for Nations Cup, you go for competitions. No, we want to explore the industry in the game of football and ensure this is weekend. There's no city you will go in Nigeria. You see youth playing football all over the streets. Every Saturday, every Sunday is the biggest thing that we have. And we must ensure that we make a solid industry out of it. That will be the biggest labor employer in the country.
Okay.
So it's not a joke. It's a huge task to ensure that we bring quality people to invest in the industry. So that's where we stand. It's not that this thing must be done. Everybody must have his part to play. You can't hijack it when you don't have any idea on how football should be run.
All right.
You dominated all the place for decades.
All right.
Nothing is moving forward. Nothing is coming back. So that's where we are. We are just asking for justice. So we are back to the lower courts. That the boss ceases to exist. If they come back from Ivory Coast, any of them that parade themselves, they risk criminal contempt prosecution. We are not going to take that. Like anybody that messes up faces the wrath of the law.
Okay, so now, why is there that caveat? Many will expect that once the ruling is out, immediately, instantly, all of them should vacate their offices. Why is there that caveat that allows them to run the AFCON?
Listen, we are all Nigeria. There is no caveat like that in the judgment. The court of appeal, the law court is the law court. They've given their judgment, they're giving it. It is our own statement.
Okay.
Okay. They can stay where they are for the rest of the competition. But they should know that coming back to Nigeria, that's the end of that board. But as we speak, on the 19th, the life of that board is gone. But they were already out of the country, so they can conclude whatever they are doing and come back home.
So does PFAN has the right to give that concession, allowing them to maybe run through the AFCON, and then maybe when they come back, they can now obey the court proceedings? Because ordinarily, one would think that.
No, listen.
Yeah.
We don't even have the right. What is the political statement we are trying to make? And because Nigerians, there is a lot of interpretation. The court doesn't bother the court. What is it? The court knows that there was the AFCON going on. They've taken their decision. The law is the law. So in the eyes of the law, as we speak today, whatever they are doing in Ivory Coast is even illegal.
All right.
Very correct.
All right.
Yes, correct. We don't even have the right to put that caveat. We don't even have the right. But we made a statement to suit, the situation right now, because Nigeria is participating in the championship. They can be there.
But that might look like that might also look like going against the court. But we'll talk about that. Just stay on the line. We have a commercial to go for. We have the market to go for in about a couple of seconds. Then we'll get back to you. Stay on the line, please.
Okay, thank you.
Every day, all the way, we've come to stay. GBC smells so nice. Step into the room, waiting like on the perceive. I know fit understand this mellow, but don't worry, come out and for nose. Just strike your pose. Try this Obonge air freshener. GBC don't come, we no go disappoint you. Oh yeah, spread the goodness all over. GBC smells so nice. GBC, holla me GBC, GBC, holla me GBC, GBC, holla me GBC, every day, all the way, we've come to stay. GBC smells so nice.
To become our distributor, call 0708 342 0146 or 0909 461 7661.
GBC Air Freshener. Breathe life.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Thank you very much for being right there. We are back on the conversation. Still today's Post Live, the marathon edition of it, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM, right in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name remains Reliable Reliance O'Donyan. I still have Henry Ogugua, Benjamin Mina, and James Owe in the building. We still have the chairman of PFAN on the line, Harrison Jala, who was talking to us about the current administrative development in Nigerian football. Jala, I hope you're still there.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for being patient enough to wait for us to go to the market and do a little bit of shopping, a little bit of refreshing before you come back to continue the conversation. Okay. So I asked, the court has given a ruling which should be instant. Immediately you vacate your office, and PFAN decides to make, in your words, a political statement to grant them, to allow them to continue with the AFCON, maybe trying to align with the current reality, which the country has a team represented at the ongoing AFCON, bidding to win it for the fourth time. So maybe from a pitiful angle of it, let them stay there. Isn't that going against the court, who has given a ruling that should be instant? At least Nigeria is big enough; they should be able to send contingents to go and take over the processes, the administrative part of the Super Eagles in Cote d'Ivoire.
Yes, you are right. Not all Nigerians understand some of these things. You understand? Unfortunately, the certified true copy of the ruling of the court will be out tomorrow. We couldn't get it because the court closed late on Friday. So we will publish it as delivered. Okay? But what you said makes a lot of sense. But we will need to align. They are already there. And if you ask them to live there today, and something goes wrong, it's like, okay, but it's not going to, there's no difference that it will make. The AFCON is about a 3 weeks, that is not going to make any difference. It's a 3 weeks event. Let's assume that they are not here. When they step into the soil, they know that they are going home from where they are coming from.
Okay.
And they cease to be members of that board. I agree with you absolutely. It's just to align with the situation on the ground.
Okay, what's the possibility? This is Nigeria. In as much as I hate to say that word, but this is Nigeria. We've seen cases where court orders or court rulings are not being obeyed. So at this point, what's the guarantee that this court ruling will be obeyed by the parties involved?
Yes, that board itself that is sacked is a product of a court's ruling. Okay? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So
because they had to secure an order to give them the go-ahead for the election.
Yes, if you secure it, and they've been in office for over a year. Wrongfully. Because we are going to even ask. Our demand is that whatever they benefited within that period, because they obtained that order by deceit, that order was fraudulent. It was a dubious order. So we are not even imagining it. The President of the Federal Republic fought his way to become president. His matter started with the Court of Appeal and all that. So the Supreme Court, they obey the governors and the rest of them. The rulings are just coming. So who is the NFF not to obey? Who are they? Anybody that risks it, goes to jail. That's the thing. We are members of what is happening now is a fight within a house. If they disobey the order, we know what to do and send them to prison. It's not. This we are talking about the law. The same law that gave you the opportunity to serve, and the same law is saying, no, my decision earlier was wrong, so I have reversed myself. That election stands nullified. And you say you are not going to obey, then you find yourself in prison. That's it.
Okay. There is the international or global football ruling body, FIFA, and each time there is any interference, FIFA will, in most cases, don't tolerate it. And there's also a school of thought that this matter would have been taken to a sports-related court, which is the Court of Arbitration for Sport. So What's a response on that? Wouldn't this amount to FIFA coming out with a hammer on Nigerian football? And then again, also the option to go to court of arbitration for sport to find a way to settle this matter that will not warrant FIFA coming out with a hammer.
You see, the rule, the regulations of FIFA is very clear. You adapt your regulations as it suits your own country. It is not compulsory that you have to go to the court of arbitration in sports in Switzerland to do what? You are supposed to have your own arbitration process, internal arbitration process in your country, everywhere. We have adopted the court here as the means of resolving internal disputes. If you look at Article 1.1, it stated clearly that they will obey the rules, the Constitution of Nigeria. That's what is stated there. So we are all bound. So gone are the days when FIFA will be threatening. It happened in Brazil. Why didn't they ban Brazil? So was FIFA not here to supervise the election? How did they come? Didn't they get it? Is it not an order of courts that, is it not a court that gave order for them to? There's no third party. When you have disputes within yourselves, it is when the government interferes unduly that FIFA can be talking about hammer. No. These are disputes within the members of FIFA. We are all members of FIFA. So you cannot say we cannot have our internal. No. CAS has even rules that FIFA has no right to interfere with matters of election in their affiliate countries. It's there, the ruling is there. So there is nothing about FIFA. If FIFA will come in, if NFL would have run to FIFA when the court asked them not to proceed with the election, they didn't go to FIFA. They went back to the Nigerian court. So what business does FIFA now have to come now and tell you that they should obey the Nigerian court? That's not possible. So those things were happening in the past. We've been in this for a very long time. So we know this is our own internal dispute. The government is not part of it.
Okay.
The government is a party in this suit. They didn't find anything. The Minister of Sport was sued along. They abstained. They didn't make any contribution. So there is nobody can accuse the government of interference. It is we within ourselves that are fighting for justice within ourselves. So it has nothing to do with FIFA. FIFA can only come in when you talk of a third party.
Okay.
Nigerian football has adopted the regular courts here as a means of arbitration.
Okay.
It's what we have adopted. We take the decision.
Okay.
So nobody can tell us that FIFA will now come and tell Nigeria that they shouldn't. Does FIFA have a country? The federation is a parastatal of the government. The government is putting money into it.
Okay. Let's even
we've gone beyond that stage. FIFA has no business here.
Okay, let's even talk about, although by the verdict of the court it stands nullified, but let's even talk about the electoral process itself in Benin City. I don't know if you were there. There were reports of irregularities that marred the election. People talked about exchange of dollars in raw cash by candidates to woo delegates to vote for them and all of that. Did you witness a bit of that, which can also maybe stand as a case?
You know why we didn't even bother about that? We know from the beginning that all they were doing in that place is a nullity. So we never bothered. All they were doing there that day on the 30th of September is a nullity. Because a court of competent jurisdiction has stopped the election. You went without due process to obtain a dubious order. We know those things will come to nullity. Because we know we will challenge what they have done. And don't forget, that order they obtained was an interim order. Interim orders, the lifespan of an interim order is about 7 days. And they have 45 days to have defended themselves and established themselves from the date of that pronouncement. which was about, which would be like in somewhere in November 2023. They didn't do that. As soon as they got the order, they abandoned the process. They got what they want. You know, so we never bothered. We saw money changing hands. Those are the things we want to stop. You enlarge that Congress, bring responsible people in. What is wrong if we have business gurus like Elumelu, Tony Ovia, and the rest of them? Those who will bring in the private sector for money to come into football. It's not, the NFF is not a cult of a group of people. No, that shouldn't be. Because we know the potential of football. We look at what England is making out of football. We have more talents than all the European countries put together. Why don't we exploit?
Okay.
So that's where our focus is. So we know all that. And if you clear out all these charlatans from the way, then you can get the right people to do this. That's our focus.
Okay. All right.
That's our focus.
Let me take you back a little bit. Yourself and Ramsin Baribote had at some point agreed to withdraw court cases earlier filed at the Federal High Court in Bayelsa. You had a meeting with the NFF regarding the General Assembly, and there was an agreement for the expansion of the General Assembly, the Electoral Congress, and all of that. And according to reports, they didn't stick to the agreement. Obviously, it wasn't expanded, so it's safe to say they didn't stick to the agreement. But was there any agreements like that? Was it documented? Why did the NFF on their part?
Yes. You see, let me tell you, Reliance, those guys don't keep agreement. They can reach agreement at will. They don't keep. You see, in the first instance, they couldn't even proceed. We had another matter. That was the first matter in Bayelsa.
Yeah.
You know? That stopped the Congress from meeting because the Congress was not properly, it's not properly as far as and the composition is wrong. We said, no, you cannot meet. We held them for 9 months. That was supposed to be a lesson. The Congress couldn't hold for 9 months. And police came, people spoke, we sat down and agreed, we, addressed the media, this is what we are going to do, and so on and so forth. That was how we now, there is no problem. We went to the court, Federal High Court. The matter is still there. What we did is to tell the judge, for now, let us allow these guys, let's set the order aside so that we can proceed with the Congress. That was the elected Congress that was held in Lagos.
Yeah, so it's not like you vacated, because reports has it that yourself and Ramsin Baribote, you vacated the case that was in court after that agreement.
Yes. So we stepped it down so that they can do because on the basis of the agreements we reached, all the agreements are still there. Even the former minister came in, invited parties. We went to see him. He said, this is what we agreed. Okay. But they now played smart, went to the Court of Appeal, got an order, a dubious order. All they were just desperate to hold the election. That's it. They were just desperate to hold elections. That once the election is held, everything is finished. But that's not so. You can't do that with us. Because we'll take it to any level to seek justice. So that board itself, the Buzo board, is a product of an order of court. So if the same court is saying now that we have withdrawn that order, we set it aside, we don't have any reason to have given that order in the first place. So why would what on the basis of what are you going to stay in office? They cannot even go to the Supreme Court as we speak. That's how bad their case is. Because there is no record before the Court of Appeal to go to the Supreme Court.
All right, interesting conversation we've had so far with Harrison Jala, the chairman of task force for professional footballers in Nigeria, who is on the phone line with us. You can react to the conversation using our SMS and WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. So before we let you go, Jala, what is the way forward at this point for Nigerian football?
Yeah, the only way forward is to do the right thing, is to do the proper thing. There is no two ways about that. You cannot put something on nothing. It's to do the right thing. I think by now, the federal government, in its wisdom, will step in to now ensure that the right thing is done. People cannot just hijack power for the sake of it. They are not accountable to government. They are not accountable to anybody. You can see the kind of resources that came into football in 8 years. There's no facilities to show for that. FIFA, CAF, a lot of funds came into Nigeria. Where are the facilities to show for it? So we can't continue in that manner. We need to reorganize and ensure if those funds are for development, it's for the benefit of the youth of this country. That's what we stand for. So we expect the government to come into the matter. We will give all the full cooperation that we have, but we have a right to be part of the management of Nigerian football. That's where we stand. And other people, other groups like the private sector, we must give them opportunity to come and participate. They want to put in their money. They want an atmosphere where they can invest their money. They want to entrust their funds to people who are accountable, people who can be held accountable. You see, not people who will begin to divert funds that are meant for the development of football. That's where we stand.
Okay. Okay.
We will reach a compromise on this one. There's no two ways. But the compromise is to do the right thing, nothing else.
And that will call for a re-election, most likely. If after the
most likely when that election will be when all the amendments have been made to the statute, because that thing needs to be amended. The statute is not inscribed it's not inscribed. You have to. We have to amend it. That statute has been there for over almost 15 years. So we have to amend it to tune with the reality of the present time. Let people participate. Not people who have grossly incompetent people who have no idea about how football should. They are all over the place, messing the whole thing up.
Okay.
So we need to, and it's affecting the performance of our national teams. No fear again. Any small country now can come out and play Nigeria. They don't, those days are gone.
Okay.
We want to bring those days back.
Okay. My colleague in the studio has a question for you. His name is Henry Ogugwo.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Henry Ogugwo. I would like to ask, so what happens now administratively for Nigerian football? Who gets to run our football, our national teams, and everything we have to do with our national teams now since this board has been dissolved?
We are talking about the issue of the vacuum.
How do we fill that vacuum? What is going to happen to that vacuum that will be left for this period of time?
No. You see, normally when things like this happen, before you resolve it, you talk about a committee, something like a transition committee that can stand in. FIFA calls it
something like
that's what is being set up in some of the states now to run
something like the name skips my memory as well, but we understand what you mean. Something like a caretaker committee or something.
So we need to it's all we need to do. Stakeholders we need to meet to find a solution. There's no vacuum. The secretariat is there. The secretariat is not affected. The secretariat will do what it needs to do. The technical team is there. So they are not the board. What is the function of the board? To coordinate. And if the board is not there, the secretariat is there.
Okay. All right. Just out of curiosity, Jala, You said earlier on that the court will publish the official statement. So I want to ask, why didn't PFAN wait for the court to publish the official statement before releasing their own statement regarding this matter? Because what is in the public space right now is quoting a statement released by PFAN.
So you see that have they debunked it, our statement?
None that I've heard.
Have they come out to the... You see, let me tell you, when a court makes a pronouncement and people are in the court, our lawyers were represented, their lawyers were represented. Before you get a certified true copy of that ruling, you already know what is in there because you went there and the court has said, this is the position we've taken. That's what we did. We just relayed the message that the court has passed.
To Nigerians.
And there's nothing, it's not going to be different from what it's going to be in the CTC. That's what we just did.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
The only thing that is not in that judgment is that they can remain in Ivory Coast until the game is over. That is our own concussion. You understand? But you will see the thing. It's coming out on Monday. We'll publish it. All Nigerians will see. That's the thing. You see, you go to court. The judicial correspondence in most cases are in court. Once it happens, you don't wait for the hard copy of the thing. You say what has happened.
What has happened?
What did the judges say? This is what they said. Okay, that's all.
All right.
You pick the points and you make you don't need to wait for that order to come out. The order is meant to be out.
All right.
They took us there. In this case, we just went there to defend. It's their case. It's not our case. It's their own case. And they come out to now debunk it officially. Let them make an official statement that there was no court sitting. You understand, and so on. Let them say so. Then we can react. But by Monday, the statement will come out. The CTC itself will come out and we'll let Nigerians know. That's the position.
All right. What do you make of the ongoing... we're going to let you go in a bit, by the way. But Super Eagles' performance at the AFCON, have you been impressed? 4 points after 2 games. People say they labored to win Ivory Coast via a penalty. Have you been impressed with the Eagles' performance?
In the game against Ivory Coast. There seems to be a resurgence. It's not that it was the perfect game, but it was an improvement of what the Eagles used to be. They rekindled Nigerians' hope, So we are looking forward to the next match. Nigeria will qualify from that group. Hopefully, I personally have no confidence in the ability of that coach. I've said it, but he has to prove some of us wrong.
Right.
That's what we are praying. To ensure that at least we get to the semi-finals or come home with the trophy. That will be a huge one. So let's see what happens tomorrow. I hope, that resurgence will push them to win tomorrow's game. And it will rebuild their confidence in the knockout stage.
The chairman, Professional Footballers Association of Nigeria, PFAN Task Force, Harrison Jala, thank you so very much for making out time to join us on the show this evening and also clarifying the situation of things regarding the Ibrahim Musa Gusau-led NFF board and also the court sacking of the board and the way forward for Nigerian football. We do appreciate you making out time to join us.
Thank you for having me.
And we can always count on coming back to you if we seek further clarifications.
I'm always here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Do enjoy an AFCON field day.
Thank you.
All right. That was Harrison Jala on the line. We spoke at length looking at some angles to this particular matter where the NFF board led by Ibrahim Musa Gusau has been fired by a court of appeal. Henry, back to you before I open the phone lines. You heard everything and questions from different angles, and this is where we are. What do you make of the whole discussion and what's bedeviling Nigerian football at the moment?
I just laugh because it's the same scenario over and over and over again. Like, when do we learn? When do we learn? When do administrators learn to do the right thing? Because, I mean, the court order to put an injunction on the first court order for the elections, so it looks like it was even gotten falsely. Look, Elias, I can go on and analyze and say and talk, but what happened is funny. And I think that's basically all I have to say. It's very funny that these things keep on happening over and over again. And he has a point. I remember before the election, there was clamor. Let's have more hands involved in the day-to-day running of Nigerian football, because we can't keep on our football can't keep on being where it is. The same set of people, we keep on recycling the same set of people, and at the end of the day, nothing happens or nothing comes out of it. Our football is dead. Our league is not working. Our league is not operating. I mean, with all due respect, you'll see some people say, but Stanley Wabali was a product of the league. But Stanley Wabali had to go to South Africa and also improve on himself before he could get the credence to actually play in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. If Stanley Wabali was in the league, I wouldn't have the confidence that he wouldn't be able to sit up or step in and be potentially the first choice goalkeeper of the Super Eagles of Nigeria at any competition or win a friendly game. So, I mean, our football has not been run properly for a while, and the actions taken that led to the election that brought Ibrahim Musa Gozo is also showing that at the same time. So it's quite appalling how these things tend to happen in Nigerian football. You get a court order that it's not even authentic, or there are a lot of question marks around it just because of you want to conduct the election. Once we conduct the election, anything that we've conducted the election. So I think what they are looking at is, if we conduct the election, that means we've conducted the election. So anything that happens, we can go to FIFA and start crying, and FIFA comes with their hammer and we start threatening them with FIFA hammer. I think that's the like the emotional tape. Use Nigerian local palace. Like the emotional tape when they like to play. So it's a very funny thing how these things tend to happen. Reliance. Look, I have nothing more to say than just to laugh. Look, Nigerian football, the current people running or in charge of the affairs of Nigerian football are nothing to write home about. From even the previous president in Amaju Pinnick to the current set of people. Look, it's a joke. Our football is a joke at the moment, and they're just showing it by their actions.
All right, so let me go to the WhatsApp portal to take your reactions. This one says, good day, guys. I don't know about all the positions of Africa Best 11, but I know these names must be there. Yature, Eto, Salah, Ware, Pele, Abutrika, and Yema. They should resubmit these names to a well-constituted assembly. Frankie from Port Harcourt. All right, Frankie, thank you very much. This one says, Henry, my man, I don't think Mosala is at the level of Eto's to be there. Thank you very much. This one says, haven't you seen player, black or white, of opposing team going to cross a corner and the home fans are angry, insulting him, and we would liberate them, saying the F word? Who raises a dust about this? Black players are black and not white. They should grow up. The fact that these teams have black players tells us they don't hate the black players, but are just trying to mint frustration at them. Madrid is crying about Vini's situation now has many times racially abused opponent players. It's not an issue for me and shouldn't be discussed. Frank from Rumukrushi. Thank you very much, Frank. Let's see what we have from the SMS portal. Okay, so what do you make of the discussion? Where do you stand in this? 0817-0000-951 and 0810-9510-951. You heard Harrison Jala speak about the sacking of the NFF-led board by Ibrahim Musa Gusso. Ibrahim Musa Gusso led NFF board, I beg your pardon. What do you make of it? Call us and let us know what you think. We are having network difficulties here in the studio. We're trying as much as we can to bring you updates from the camp of the Nigerian Super. By now, they should be having their last training, more like it, ahead of tomorrow 6 p.m. match against Guinea-Bissau. But while we look at bringing you those updates from the camp of the Eagles, let's listen to Stanley Nwabali, who was interviewed about the goalkeeping department, what to expect from himself, and a couple of things like that. He was interviewed by
not throughout. But being the first choice, no, I'm not the first choice. Who's always still the first choice? I only had an opportunity to play, so I just feel like when I have an opportunity to play, I just need to do my best. But talking about the first choice, who's always still the first choice of the club?
Well, you are the one who has played the first 2 games of the AFCON. Did you expect to play in the opening game?
No, I was not expecting to play opening game, but I'm ready. Even when we're here, when I get the call up, I always get ready. But talking about starting playing, I was not sure.
So, tell me how you got to know that you were going to be in the post for the opening game. What did Coach Pesero tell you?
He didn't talk to me initially. He didn't talk to me. So he didn't talk to me. It was a day before our game. After our last training, he came to me like, Stanley, keep it to yourself. You're going to play, just like that. So I told him I'm always ready. So I'm not worried about it.
So tell me about when he actually came to South Africa to see you and had a chat with you before the AFCON. What happened when he came down to South Africa and talked to you? What was the nature of the conversation you had?
Like to be honest, I was happy when he told me he's coming, but literally I don't know why he's coming. Maybe people said because of my performance, because of how my team, but literally a lot of players like Uzo, like Joe, a lot of goalkeepers, they are doing well. But coming to watch me in my country, like I feel so happy and excited. Like I feel like we're talking about conversation. We had a conversation. You only come to watch me. You only say, Stanley, I want to watch your training, your game. Just be yourself. And that is only what he said to me. And okay, after the game, I met him. I went to talk to him. He only told me like some of the things I need to adopt to my game. And I feel like it's more important because coming from a big national team coach, that means it's seed nice for me. So I just feel like to work on it, and that's it.
In your 2 games, I see that you're very, very firm in taking command of your area and telling your colleagues what to do in front of you. Is it because you feel that it's important for you to impose your personality on the way you manage the goal? Is it that you're still trying to develop a connection between yourself and the defenders because you haven't played with them that long yet?
No, you see, when I arrive the national team camp, I see the life of Kenneth Emero, Ekon, Basi, a lot of our defenders. These guys are nice, and sometimes I look back like these guys deserve better. Talking about my command in the goal, this is my kind of keeping ever since I started keeping. Like ever since I started becoming a professional player, I always like to associate with my defenders, talk to them more. And literally my best friends in all my team is my defenders, because I really want this connection between both of us, because I see them like when you have this connection with them, you guys can defend more. Imagine when you're playing and your younger brother or your elder brother is a defender and you're a goalkeeper. He will do more for you. So I feel like not I have this good relationship with them or something, but these guys are truly leaders. These guys are Kenneth, Emilua, Elcon. All of them, they are good leaders because they want to listen, they want to understand how it goes, they want us to win. But I feel like I really need to talk more to them because the country deserves to win. Like it's a big country, they deserve to win. So talking about my commanding in the team, this is what I feel like. This is my pattern of game, and this is what I'm going to do.
Who are the goalkeepers you admire? Who are the goalkeepers that you want to be like?
I don't admire any other person apart from Emmanuel Noah. I like Emmanuel Noah. Like he has been my role model ever since. He has been my role model. I like how the guy played, his confidence, it's everything. It's leadership. Like this is only who I look up to. Not that I don't present any goalkeeper from Africa, but I felt like this guy. I already learn more of him. I watch him every day. I watch his training. I watch his confidence. I watch everything about Emmanuel. So this is the guy I always look up to.
You play in the PSL at the moment, but do you have the ambition to go to Europe to play?
Yeah, everyone will go to Europe. But to me now, I'm not talking about Europe. When it comes, it comes. So, but now I'm not talking about Europe. When a club comes, fine and good. But for now, I'm comfortable where I am for now. So despite being a bigger club, small club, but I'm comfortable for now.
Okay, and bearing in mind that Nigerians have had a lot of worry about the quality of goalkeeping for the national team, what would you want to say to them about it?
To me, I'm not the best, and I don't think I'm going to be the best because they have a lot of goalkeepers that have played and win trophies for the country. Even me winning a trophy for the country, I don't still feel like the best because I only just want to see my family happy and people watching me to be happy. So talking about quality goalkeepers, talking about Nigeria having problems about goalkeepers, it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. Countries having issues with their goalkeepers. But only what I want to say to them, don't wait for my mistake. Don't wait for my mistake. Don't wait when I make a mistake, now you come out to talk. Now it's time for you to encourage everyone. Don't wait for my mistake.
So that's Stanley Nwabali speaking in that interview with Sazu Obayiwana in Cote d'Ivoire. Don't see Nigerians, if you are fond of waiting for mistakes from goalkeepers, don't wait for his own mistake. Talk to him now. That is what he wants. Talk to him now. Don't wait for his own mistake. You know, Stanley Nwabali is speaking right there. I don't know what you want to observe. Stanley Nwabali is speaking right there in that interview. He also talked about that he is not the first choice goalkeeper in the national team. Francis Uzoho remains the first choice goalkeeper. Those are the two key takeaways from that interview. Henry, what's your observation?
Well, how does Stanley Nwabali have a South African accent?
He plays in the PSL.
How long? 2022.
He's not good enough to change your accent.
Relax.
If you go UK now or US now, you're not going to begin
I will still speak like this. Calm down.
You never begin to. Alright, I'm going to come here.
It's called spree, and it's my children that will speak this spree. If I go there, not me. I retain my tongue. Please.
Leave the man.
I've actually I lived in Accra, schooled in Accra for like 3 years or 4 years. My accent didn't change, but I think
now school been they go now. You may know you focus on Okodi say boy. Now why?
But you know, if your accent must change, well, I think although the accent stuff, the South Africans they are used to speaking their language, and then the mother tongue is actually all over them. So I don't blame him for that, though. It's part of the thing, you know. Nigerians, we are used to when you travel outside, you want to come back with that finesse so that people will know that here you travel outside. You know, when he comes to Aouda, we say hi, you know, all those things. But it's cool. The interview.
No need to worry.
Yeah, the interview is cool for me.
Okay. So it talks that Uzoho remains the first choice goalkeeper. Let's start it up from there. James. So whatever he's doing, was he just being nice because he was talking to the media, and so he doesn't want to look like he's going at his teammate? Because Nigeria has played 2 matches at the AFCON, and in those 2 matches he has kept for full 90 minutes and additional times.
He actually is speaking like someone who is trying to be humble, trying to show that he doesn't want to disrespect his rival, because the person he's talking about is person who is competing with him, and the person has been there in the national team before him. So he doesn't want to, because he has been able to play the first 2 matches, doesn't want to say things that will make people feel that he has arrived, all those kind of things. So he just want to keep it cool. That's why he's saying that. But we all know that as long as you have been given the chance to keep the first and second match, you are officially the first choice of the team. That's why you have been given that privilege. For instance, when there is something, if something else happens, that's when there can be a change of goalkeeper. But for now, he remains the first choice.
How do you rate his performance in those 2 matches so far?
Actually, it was not bad for a person that is just selected for the competition for the very first time. This is his first outing, so his performance was not bad. It is good one for Nigerians, because Nigerians has always been crying for good goalkeepers. That's one of the problems we have been having recently, because after Enyima retired, we have not had a good goalkeeper actually. All the ones that are coming have one issues or the other, but I think this one is trying.
All right, Henry, has he been tested enough?
I wanted to say that he has not been tested enough. Funny enough, our defense has been good. That's why it's funny. The defense has been good, so the man has barely gotten any test at all.
When defense is good, the keeper actually becomes a good keeper.
No, and it's the truth though, because I mean, against Cote d'Ivoire were forced to long range shots, and he was able to deal with what came his way. He looks confident. That's one thing I like about him. He looks like he's in command or in control of his area. You have no issue with him coming to claim the balls when he's coming to claim for him. No butterfingers, doesn't portray it, and he comes to claim those balls with confidence. He also did say that he didn't really like the way he played against Cote d'Ivoire, that he loves to be in a situation where he's on the ball and play the ball and controls. He loves to sweep. That's what he loves to do. You could see certain times. The way you're looking at me, I saw certain times when he looked like he wanted to hold on to the ball more, wanted to try and dictate things with the ball more. It's probably his style, but so far so good. What I've seen is encouraging, but hasn't been tested enough. No. I think he's decent. And he will be he could be a stopgap till somebody eventually now comes and makes that first choice goalkeeper slot their own. It could even be Maduka Okoye coming back again, because the man has been fantastic for Udinese. Look, Nigerians, we need to stop castigating, and that's the simple truth. We need to be patient with some things or certain players or certain things in the team. Players will make mistakes. Keepers make mistakes. Alisson makes mistakes. Ederson makes mistakes. Even Manuel Neuer makes mistakes. Buffon made mistakes. Casillas made mistakes. But, I mean, they kept on... fans, national team fans, even club fans kept on encouraging them, keep on encouraging these guys, and they keep on doing better and keep on improving. Look, sometimes it's not like the goalkeeper might be bad, it's not like Uzoho might be so bad, but just even the fear. Do some of us, and even some people that are castigating, we understand what it's like to have that hole or pit in our stomach when we're going somewhere. We feel like this place is hell. No matter how the amount of effort you put in, it just doesn't work well. You're always scared and always like, I'm about to make a mistake, and that's when you're going to make a mistake. So I think Nigerian fans need to be calm. Nigerian fans need to be patient. They need to stop castigating, or will you say what word can I use? But okay, let's stick with castigating. Stop castigating every player for just one mistake. We're all humans. People make mistakes. It's normal. Chukwueze had one or two misplaced passes in the game against Cote d'Ivoire, but in the first half, it was a big link between the midfield and the attack. Encourage him for that. Improve on your game. We expect more from you. You don't go around on social media insulting the person and start insulting his family and telling him this or that or that. That's totally wrong. I think we have fought for that. It's a huge problem we have in this country, and people need to stop that and try as much as possible to encourage these players. Uzoho made a mistake. Uzoho, you made a bad mistake. It's true, yes, but dust yourself back up and get at it. Okoye made a mistake at the African Cup of Nations. It didn't warrant people going to insult his whole family and make threats and all that stuff. So, I mean, we need to calm down ourselves, because the man has looked good. He's looked decent. But if there's a mistake now, what happens? Next thing, we go all over social media, we start seeing insults and we start seeing things that are disgusting. So I think Nigerians, we have to calm down. We have to be patient with this thing. The sad thing is that it's not the national team coach's fault. It's not the players, their fault. You should blame your administrators for the fact that you do not even have a system to even produce these players in the first place. So that is why there will be deficiencies. Because it's funny how if a country of over 200 million people has a system that is in place and we cannot produce a goalkeeper, then know something's fundamentally wrong with the system. We have to start looking at maybe, or it's just one of those periods in your in your or those stages in your national team's life that there's that deficiency. It's just like when Brazil, as at 2014, could not find a world-class striker. They had to go to the World Cup with Joe and Fred. Brazil, they will tell you Brazil will not have a world-class striker or a striker that is good, and they have to go with Joe and Fred. It happens sometimes, but also you don't even have a system. They were expecting magic to be performed. So, I mean, with all due respect, let's say it as it is, fans ourselves, we need to calm down. We're passionate about our national team. It's frustrating and irritating when these mistakes happen and it costs us sometimes, but we need to calm down and understand that these people are humans and their players. Look, if he's scared of coming to the national team, there is no way he will perform well when he's called up to the national team. It's bound to happen. Uzoho is suffering a crisis of confidence now when he comes to the national team. That's the simple truth. You could see him, he might not be the first choice in Omonia, but when he's put in between the six in Omonia, he will do decently. I mean, the last 2 games before the AFCON, he was the one in the post, or 3 games, and it was decent for Omonia. But coming into the Super Eagles, he could have a serious crisis of confidence because he knows what to expect if he makes one mistake or maybe he flaps at a cross. Just one cross, flaps at it, and he goes all over social media and he turns his comment notifications keep on coming and he starts seeing what he sees. So, I mean, we need to calm down. And for Nwabali, he hasn't really been tested. That's the simple truth. So, he looks decent. He's looked decent. Even in PSL, 1 or 2 games I've seen, he looks okay. But we wait to see when the man is actually tested. But so far, I've been okay. He's been okay with what I've seen from him.
In everything you've said, you still don't have confidence on him as the first choice goalkeeper.
I'm not saying I don't have confidence. Look, as it stands now in Nigeria, I don't even think we have a first choice goalkeeper. Because after the Nations Cup, somebody could pop up from anywhere and the things stand. Nwabali is more like he could make that first. He's just the first choice for the AFCON. He's not the first choice goalkeeper on the long run. He could make that shirt his own for the meantime, even after the AFCON. He could make it for his own permanently, even after the AFCON. But we know that before now, Uzoho has been the one in between the sticks. And Nwabali came in, he's done decently. But what I'm saying is that there are still goalkeepers. Okoye has picked himself up in the Italian Serie A. Who says Pesero is going to be the national team coach after the AFCON? Who says Pesero will not bring Okoye back into the fray again? And he now looks at it and say, this is actually my best goalkeeper. Nwabali, you are good, but Okoye is actually a better choice. And switch back to Okoye. What makes you think Francis Uzoho will not pick himself up again? So, I mean, there are a lot of factors you look at. And what makes you think another goalkeeper will not pop out of somewhere? So,
if Nwabali does well, why is another goalkeeper popping from somewhere?
I don't know, a lot of factors. You can look at a lot of things. There are a lot of factors. Age could come into play. What the coach might want to achieve. How good are you with your foot? Your style of play. That matters. Your reflexes. How good are you?
Which coach?
It depends. I say, whoever the coach. Who is the coach? I do not know.
Okay.
Jose Pesero's contract expires at the end of the AFCON, right? Yeah. So we do not know. Even if you win them, they still chase them. I don't know. This one way, I don't know. This one NFF board. I don't know what take me, but don't ask me about the future. Don't ask me about the future. I do not know. Nigerian football is so unpredictable at this point in time. But what I'm trying to say is that you can't even say he's our first choice going forward. That's what I'm saying. He's looked okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I don't have any confidence. I feel comfortable with him in the post.
All right.
But I'm just saying I can't guarantee that Stanley Nwabali will be our first choice
on the long run.
On the long run. That's it.
Okay. Benjamin, in that interview, I just had to allow you to continue to play till the end. Don't wait for my mistakes. Don't wait for my mistakes. That is Nwabali indirectly telling Nigerians, you are the reason why we don't have a goalkeeper confident enough to man the stakes as a first choice goalkeeper for the country. Is it?
Well, our national team for a while has been suffering from goalkeeping deficiency. You look at the department. I think what's his name? Madiko Koye made a mistake, and then we Nigerians were all over him. A lot of comments. Balls after demand insulting his families and all that. So that's, when the environment is conducive for you to work, it's an added advantage for you to work. You look at Uzoho. Yes, the man has not been very fantastic, but what I'm saying is, Nigerians actually, the man is suffering from confidence. Confidence level is very low. Example taken from the Harry Maguire issue. There's a time where United fans, even the ones that don't watch the game, who score, Man U don't score on goal, they will just tell you Maguire, even if you didn't watch the match. But because they are expecting those mistakes, those mistakes to come in games from the guy. At some point, it made the guy suffer. Confidence level. His confidence level became very low. Now he has picked himself. I think Nigerians are looking for mistakes where situations where mistake will come and then they'll start criticizing the man. Don't wait for my mistake. Yeah, the man is telling you in advance. Don't wait for my mistake, because Nigeria, in as much as we are playing well, we won our game last time. If something bad happens to the national team, like we drew a game or lose a game, people start calling for your head. Even if you are the hero of the last game, they just come out and call for your head and say, now you caused this thing, now you do, we lose. Look, we saw the way people were calling for Zaidu Sanusi. Hey, those chances he missed in the first game against Equatorial Guinea. So Nigerians actually, we are not really helping our players. People make mistakes. We are humans, in as much as these guys are professionals. They are humans too. So the thing is, you give them a chance. We've seen in the Premier League where a particular striker scores an own goal, missed a penalty, and gets sent off in one game. The fans did not come out to kill him. But if that happens in Nigeria, I tell you can't even. In fact, don't come back to the national team. They will so criticize you and want to finish you. So, this, I know players come under criticism, fine, but it's not. It shouldn't be a regular thing where players actually go through this thing. They are humans. Psychologically, they are going to be down. So I think that is what Uzoho is actually suffering from. Yes, the coach has brought in a new guy, Nwabali. He has not been to the national team before. This is his first outing. Yes, the man, he looks very confident there, because I think the first way to go as a football player is, first of all, your confidence. If you have a very good confidence level, the things are going to fall in place for you. Ordinarily, the things that, look very difficult might come, easy for you because you have that confidence level. That is what is working for the man. Yeah, we might argue and say he has not been tested. Yeah, he has not been tested. But he's doing the job. I watched that last game. There was a long range shot that one guy hit. I think it's Fafana. He hit the shot. My mind just went straight to Uzoho. I say, if now Uzoho now this thing video enter, but he caught the ball confidently. So that at least is a plus for him. We've been suffering in that position for a while. So for now, he's a makeshift, whether be it makeshift first choice, makeshift goalkeeper or first choice. It's not my problem as long as he does the job for the Super Eagles. So for me, he's been decent so far. Let him keep it up. And then possibly, other things. Some other person might come up, I don't know. Possibly a new coach can come in and then, doesn't like him, look for a new goalkeeper. But for now, let him do the job. He's okay. His confidence level is good.
All right. James, is this man overhyped already? Stanley Nwabali.
Actually, I don't think he's overhyped. On the part of the statement he made, don't wait for my mistake, I think he's sending a very strong signal to Nigerian fans, because the mental capacity of the players need to be considered. Because when there is a psychological switch, you may never come out of it. Just like he was saying, if a player has gotten that psychological problem, anytime he comes to that particular place of play, he will not have that confidence to play. But when he's out of that place, he will perform better. So indirectly, he's sending a signal, a message to the fans that they had the reason why Nigeria is not having good goalkeeper. So, as I said earlier, criticism is good, but let it be constructive. we should know how to criticize our players, not to an extent that it will cause them a psychological problem or damage. So let us criticize, but criticize constructively.
All right, then let's know what you think about the reaction of Stanley Nwabali saying that, look, he's not the first choice goalkeeper, so still is, and you should not be waiting for his mistakes as he continues to man the sticks for Nigeria. By the way, Nigeria match comes up tomorrow by 6 p.m. And also, we earlier talked to the chairman of PFAN, the Task Force of Professional Football Association of Nigeria, in Harrison Jal, about the NFF-led, the Ibrahim Musa-led NFF board being sacked by the court. Let's know what you think about these things before we return to the conversation. We're still trying to see how much we can get updates for you from the Nigerian Super Eagles camp. Good evening, welcome.
Yeah, good evening, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening, Mina.
Good evening.
James.
Ugo and
James, yeah.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, Renan, I listened to Jala to keep up attention. And he was articulate. He stated the obvious. The whole thing he said is just the truth. Nigeria has a pool of talent, not just in football, but in every department of the athletics. The athletes are good. But how do you get this people? Because we don't have good administrators. People who are there are just there for themselves. This fighting is even long overdue. Honestly, it's long overdue. They are just there for their own interest. They don't care about any other people. Can you imagine? Somebody can just come, maybe a highly placed individual can come with somebody and say, look, I have somebody who is not even good, who is not known, obscure somebody, and before you know, he finds his way in the national camp. This is one of the pain of the game. He has spoken well. And but there's one thing I beg to disagree with him, although he is back to the lexical and nitty-gritty of the game. Yes, but I think you mustn't be a professional in that cadre for you to man the administrative place. It's just a passion. What if you are the professional and you go there, you don't perform? You are not there. You are there for yourself. So it's just all about the passion for your country, for the boys and all the rest. So that is actually what we should be looking for. The passion, people who have the passion. You can be there, man that place, and get people. You have ego eye. Embezzlement should not be there, and everything. Before you know everything, you get the right score. Reliance. I think sometimes when your hands are full, you tend to forget something. What he was trying to look for is like interim, huh? Interim, yeah.
Interim committee, more like it. But then again, there's a word that FIFA uses for it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a particular word. I think it's that particular word that he was also looking for. Recently, we had the NFF Abi Swan set up that same committee for I think Kaduna State AFA or something like that. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Everything has it.
Yeah, I have these terminologies here. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for contributing. We do appreciate. Keep the reactions coming through 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510951. Hi. Hello. Good evening. Okay, that looks like I was basically talking to myself. Well, I hope the phone lines are now acting up once again. You can use the SMS on WhatsApp portal as well, 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. If you're having difficulties getting to us through the phone lines, use the SMS and WhatsApp portal to reach us on the show. In a bit, we'll see how much we can get for you from the camp of the Nigerian Super Eagles. And then Victor Boniface, we hear West Ham United are ready to break the bank to secure a deal, not to secure him for the club. Hi, good evening. Okay, it's happening again. It is definitely happening again. What happened in 1684 BCE is about to happen right now in 2024 in the studios of Today 95.1 FM. All right, so if you have any difficulties, please use the SMS and WhatsApp auto to get through to us as our engineers to look at fixing the phone lines in a bit so we can return to it. Keep the reactions coming through in the meantime while we look at the Victor Boniface situation. So, Henry, you outrightly don't want... Hello? Okay. You outrightly don't want Victor Boniface to go to West Ham United. I mean...
No.
Why?
Stay where you are. You could, by the looks of things, you're about 7 points ahead of Bayern Munich. Was this 6? You can win the German Bundesliga at the end of the season. You have the chance to win a trophy at the end of the season and potentially make a move to another team or to a bigger side than West Ham. So what are you going to West Ham to do in January? I think Victor Boniface is a very, very big mistake on his own part if he actually takes the move to West Ham City if he does come. I don't even think Leverkusen will even accept any bid. Alonso will want to keep his talisman even if he's not fully fit, but he still expects him to be back as before the season ends and also help their cause or their case to win the Bundesliga title. So for Boniface, it doesn't even make, to me, if I'm Boniface, it won't make any sense. I'll stay in Leverkusen, probably rack up because of injury has curtailed or reduced the amount of games I'll play. Probably rack up close to 20 goals as much as I can, or 20 itself if possible, and definitely over 20 in all competitions, and make a move to a bigger side than West Ham.
Hi, good evening. Hi, good evening.
Lion.
Yep.
Greetings. Greetings.
Lost for you, no.
Yes, the man you interviewed. I don't know. Next time when you interview him, I would like you to ask him this question. I have always wanted to ask him this very question. Why is it that he is always going to court? Why? Please, himself and Barry Bute, they always go. There are some things. You just look at it and let go now.
Listen.
Yeah.
I'm not answering for him, but I will ask him, maybe not on air, but I'll ask him whatever response he gives to me, I'll bring it back to you. But the last time he chose to withdraw a court case, had an agreement where he knows, okay, we'll do gentleman agreements. They know on Arab. So what you want to make him do? Not because he could go seek redress.
That's why I'm not court. You know, seriously, some things I feel that sometimes you just let go and because before you know that it will be another drawback. This is definitely going to distract the handlers of the Super Eagles. I'm telling you, now that we are getting some kind of good play and results and all that, and then now this is coming, and at the end of the day, all of these things put together will just throw our football backward. I don't know really, but please, I would like you to ask him that question and let me know why. I want to know why.
Okay. I don't hear you. All right, Lawson, thank you very much. Hi, good evening.
Hi. Good evening, Reliance.
So what's the name? Where are you calling us from?
Simon from Room 9.
I did not hear the name, please.
I said Simon.
Simon from Roma de Maya or another Simon?
From Roma de Maya.
A Simon from, is it the Simon I know or another one?
The one from Roma de Maya now, how many you know there?
The voice changed now, they confuse me.
Every time they find my trouble.
Okay, and now you hear the voice. Now you hear the Simon voice, don't come out.
No problem.
All right, Simon, go ahead.
Here, the only question I want to ask on this saga again. What would this thing be? What will be the fate of Nigerian football now because of this thing that is happening? Are we going to expect FIFA hammer? Because that is where my first. If they like, they should develop everything. Confining. After all, they are not doing anything. But my problem now is, I don't want if I come out tomorrow, I hear that Nigeria have been banned as far as football is concerned by FIFA. That is the only thing. That is the only question I want to ask. I hope this, just as my chairman has said, the people that are always going to court, every time court. I'm not looking at Giwa, Chris Giwa, go and play fire. This one now don't start again. So I hope this thing now is not going to bring a negative impact to Nigeria football. In times of FIFA hammer, that is the only thing. If this thing is not going to stop Nigeria's football movement by FIFA telling us to, to just go out from the track, that no problem. But if this thing is going to be, please, they should know how they are going to do it too, so that these people will remain. We don't already enter. You say we don't already enter. I mean, if you are telling me, see, I had him said that until this set of people are removed, so that Nigeria will move forward. It is not only football sector that we are having all those bad leaders. We have them in every aspect. But I don't want to say it because we are not in politics now. We are in, post discussion.
Yeah. So Simon, I get your concerns. Now, let me also add this. Let me also put this out there. So, they are going to court is not precisely for these people to be removed. This is the major contention, and has been there since Amaju Melvin Penny. In fact, since Penny's first term, it has been there. The contention is expand the Congress and let them have equal representation of members of the Congress. We have 44 delegates have been given to FA chairman. You understand? Out of 44, and so that's what FIFA saying. Expand, let the NFF statute be amended, and then the Congress should be expanded. Even if you want to add more number, you add more number to it, so that the authority does not lie in just because as we speak, if you are able to woo the FA chairman, you don't win the election with that now, so that there will be equal representation. That's actually what they want. So it's not the sacking of the board is as a result of the court order that the NFF secured 20. I say the court, they announced it. Okay, just like you mentioned, all right, the chairman of the committee did release a statement, before that 29, say we don't secure court injunction or that give us the go ahead for the election to hold. It was on the 29th that we now see this court and everything, because some of us were already like that election was not going to hold. So the appeal confused that it was out of the order was not legal. So that's how they sacked the election and everything that happened.
Okay. But you have not answered me.
Whether people will come.
That I want, yes.
But I asked him now. Listen to when I asked him when people will come.
I did not hear what he answered.
Okay. I did. Okay, no problem. Before I'll re-echo what he said. But I'm not going to quote him verbatim, but I'll just echo what he said afterwards.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Thank you for being there, and thank you for calling in, Simon. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please. What's your name? Where are you calling us from?
I'm George calling from Irebe.
All right, Josh, go ahead.
Honestly speaking, this news of the sacking of the NFF board, it shocked me beyond my imagination. I never imagined this would happen. And the national team is on AFCON now. And this is happening. Let it not be that our football is being thrown backwards at this time, because it's very unfortunate. The earlier administrators had to do things better, the better for us all. Nigerian football is very unfortunate. I just couldn't believe it. But all the same, we wish our national team well to come out either to win the competition or reach the semi-finals. That's all I can say for now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your contribution. Good evening.
Yeah, Reliance.
Yeah.
Yes, I was the first caller. Tell you also. So just a minute.
Okay, Tony.
Yes, but Jala said FIFA has no business, right?
That's what you talk.
Yes, since everything is done in the open and justice is done. So, I mean, what are they, wielding the big hammer for? I don't think they will do that. I don't think, because he said this is an internal problem, internal issue. And if they are able to resolve, if they are able to resolve it amicably, that is in the court, without, dissipating energy, physical energy or whatever. Why would FIFA wage a big sticker against the Supreme Body in Nigeria? So I don't think so. I don't think they are going to do that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, no problem. We wait to see. Lost that call. Do what to call back. Use the SMS and WhatsApp portal. By the way, they ask Nigeria Premier Football League match is ongoing. I'll update us in a bit. And yeah, Nigeria plays tomorrow. Nigeria actually plays tomorrow, 6 p.m. And as usual, we will be here to bring you coverage of the match. So don't miss it. Good evening.
Reliance, I greet you once again.
I greet you too, waiter from Roma Hollow. Why did you laugh?
Let me ask.
Yeah.
What is the name of this man that came out to take your president to court?
Okay. The name of the person I interviewed, yeah?
Yeah.
Harrison Jala is the chairman of Professional Football Association of Nigeria Task Force.
Means what? What is it task force? You should come to Rivers State. If you want to do task force, you should be a chairman of task force. You should come to Rivers State. If you allow Nigerian football to move forward. If at all they hand over the man to Tura, what can he do? All of them, when they were in contesting for that same position of this and that, I think they were telling us the victor. This one follow, we are finally won. What is he doing? If they hand over the man, what is he going to do? See, that kind of person is for everybody to bring him to the floor and flog craze out of his body. Because I hate nonsense. Now when I want to do well, somebody walk on the track.
Okay.
They should flog that man, flog. It's not your labor court. They should invite him, telling him to come to court, and they wait for him for road. A bit nonsense come up for him.
Okay, so Eto, you're going to have to mind your words. You don't have to incite violence, please. You're going to have to mind your words.
Sorry, sir. I forgot that you are close to allegedly. So sorry. Allegedly, according to my words, if at all it doesn't do well, allegedly they should flog him. Thank you, my brother.
Bye-bye. Thank you for calling. Bye-bye. You find trouble. Okay, so keep the reactions coming through. Like I said, MPFL matches are ongoing. Let me see the message I have here. Hi, presenter. My name is Chris. Can you guys help give those of us who are keen on MPFL some updates? I love to hear that. I do love that, Chris. Thank you for being a keen follower of the end. What am I here for? Why am I here? Now, MPFL. Our own. I said it, it's on cap. All right, that was in a lighter note. I'll surely give us updates. Hi, good evening.
Reliance.
Yes.
I'm Ring Van Dixon. I'm calling away from my request.
This is Reliable Reliance Today 95.1 FM. Welcome, Ring Van Dixon. Go ahead with your contribution.
All right. I'm trying to still understand. Because for me, if we define for the media doing that election for at a certain point, some people give up that it's not going to vote. And they tell us that because I mean it's FIFA that they have together to come into where even afraid of what
Ring Evans, I think you're gonna have to can you hear me? If you can hear me, I think you're going to have to call us back because we're struggling to hear you. The network is not actually friendly. So you could call, that was, you are on line 1, you could call line 2, right? So let's see if the network is going to be better there. Okay, we just have to let you go in advance. You can try the other number 0817 0000951. We're struggling to hear you earlier on. Hi, good evening.
It's clear now.
Mu try now, Mu see.
Clear now.
It be like Nada your area, because other people don't call since.
Hi, relax.
Yeah. I can hear you, but it's still not smooth. Go ahead, let's see. Just go ahead, let's see.
What I was trying to say is that please forget, who claim that FIFA are not supposed to come into this period. Who forgot at the time that the election itself, at the time that the election was very hot, where there was problem during the election period, we the fans were following, people with the media were also following the matter. And in this case, I mean, people bring broken and illegal statement in court, according to them. It is a court that the grand election to go on. And the court did not brought out a statement, not a official statement. Then they said, I do remember, I know you asked him, I said that doing before they came from court. And today he's coming out to tell us that what's wrong in the room with because they're not supposed to win today.
Hello?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Now, the person we know as an FFF chairman is in Cote d'Ivoire. Let's assume that Nigeria won this AFCON. Who is supposed to present this cup? And who is supposed, because the representative of the NFL or the chairman must have to be there. Because now in Nigeria, they are claiming and telling us that we don't have any NFL chairman anymore. And our players are in Cote d'Ivoire playing ball. So who if I thought Nigeria won? And they need to present this trophy to the players and to the chairman. Who is supposed to be there? I mean, all these things, I think they are still politics. And he's telling us that there is nothing like politics. Because FIFA were there in the election. FIFA were present. I mean, they know the way they make that election. So, I mean, this course now coming out after 1 year, what took them so long before they realized that this case was not, I admit that they knew it from the beginning. And they were in that election that day. They were there. Only after 1 year for them to come out and start telling us that they have to, I don't understand. I mean, all these things are politics. Today, they are not remembering that they need to bring in somebody who knows about football. But this man was contesting for the election. We all here were shouting that this man knows nothing about football. But they are certain they were even there in the election. So for me, I think your guess, the explanation he made, I am still struggling to make something that is reasonable aside politics. It is football. They should not scatter the football that we are trying to manage ourselves with. Enough should be enough of all these things. Politics in football is not. It shouldn't be this way in Nigeria. It shouldn't be this way. And then for the goalkeeper, I think you're just there and you people are talking too much about the fans. People should just allow us rest. When was the last time? I mean, fans don't encourage you. Fans only encourage you and applaud you the day you do well. Anytime this goalkeeper made an error, we will call him out. People don't call him out. Who are we going to call out? We've been calling out Pesero all this while. So to dispute this, I mean, when he says that we should not, the fans should not call him out when he made a mistake. I mean, you in the studio, how many times have you called to encourage Onana? Even the media, when was the last time the media encouraged Onana in Manchester United and even in Cameroon? So the only thing is that the fans don't encourage. The thing is that if you are expecting any encouragement from the fans or the media, I mean, you are wasting a lot of your own time. So the encouragement is serious, and you have to encourage yourself. Okay. The day you play well, fine. The day you don't play well, good and fine.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Winnie Evans Dixon. I'm going to have to call Onana after this show. Was in Cote d'Ivoire. Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Police 21.
This is the real gift from the tap route.
Thank you very much. You're in the spirit.
Great to have you, man. Great to have you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Good evening to my sports chiefs in the studio. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you. With what is happening in... oh my God. I thought you have gone beyond this level. Just like one of the callers. How come any time you had the name of Mr. Harrison Jala, it has to do with a court case or another concerning Nigerian football and what have you. At this point in time, the question is, why this moment? Because we thought the era of these shenanigans back and forth has passed. Because they say in my community also that if you don't know where the rain begins to beat you, you don't know where the rain stops. Or if I thought the rain don't even stop. And from all indications, that is exactly what is happening here. And it's really unfortunate. Because if it's not telling us that this is that, I can tell you that definitely FIFA will say something. Is it not? And if peradventure, they see it as interference, not intervention, what will be the fate of the national teams? I think they should look at these issues. I'm not saying where you have gray areas, you cannot sit down to discuss it or sort it out. But when it comes to the issue of national interest, because as I speak to you, football, to me as a Nigerian, is the only national symbol with me I know that gives me joy. So, if peradventure it gets to that level where suspension comes in, who will be the biggest beneficiary of it at the end of the day? I think sometimes when our leaders like this, both in sports and what have you, when they count their teeth in public, it is better to use your tongue to count your teeth, not your fingers. And on the comment of Stanley Nwabali, when he said Francis Uzo is still the number one, is he the coach, or was he speaking on behalf of the coach of the national team? I beg no vex. A question I ask you.
He was speaking. He was asked a question and he answered. That's just it.
Now the thing is this: to me, maybe he's just trying to be humble. Anyway, every time Lando Kobo should do that once in a while. But if he's not telling me that Uzo remains number one, that means his performance is just performing for performing sake now. He's not expecting that he can maintain that number one shirt for the national team. And I think it's a wrong notion to think. The only side I agree with him is that when he said we should not wait for his mistakes. And in any case, is he trying to tell me that he can't make mistakes? Just like Mr. Henry, one of my sports chiefs, said earlier. Definitely mistakes will come. As a human, you must make mistakes. But what is the reaction of the fans? I think that is what you should look at, not to tell us that we should not expect his mistakes. And if he don't make mistake, him be God. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, the real gift. Now, let me also put this out. I recall asking Harrison Jala about who actually took this case to court. He said he didn't take the case to court. So, my understanding of what he said, he said that this matter has been there. It has been there on their table. But election came, the general election in the country came. And, this happened in 2022, right? September 3rd, that was when it was held. And the judicial system in Nigeria, so they are just reaching the verdict as at Friday. So the matter has been there all through the 1 year, but the court decides to give the verdict as at Friday. So it could be a coincidence. It could be more like a coincidence that happened. Gombe United drew 1-0 with Bayelsa United. Akwa United defeated Rangers International of Enugu 1-0. Kano Pillars 2-1 winners over Heartland. Lobby Stars just scored at the 3rd minute of additional time against Plateau United. Niger Tornadoes Casino United goalless. Remo Stars leading Abia Warriors by 2-1. Enyimba just scored their second goal of the encounter against Shooting Stars. So Enyimba leading away from home 2-1. That's the score lines and results of the MPFL match. Stanley Ochoba will get to you. I've gotten your message. Thank you very much for the reminders. We'll surely get to you. Unfortunately, we cannot continue. The phone lines are still blinking. Let's say on Tuesday, we should have this discussion again. By that time, let's say maybe the NFF will have reacted or been able to get somebody from the NFF to also speak on the matter as well. All right, hopefully on Tuesday on the Niger special edition of today's Sports Lab. But tomorrow we'll be covering the match between Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea-Bissau by 6 p.m. Okay, studios will be open by 5 p.m. as usual, as we did on Thursday. So many thanks to you for being there. Unfortunately, and I do apologize, the phone lines acted up. That's why we couldn't take your calls early enough to accommodate as many calls as we would have loved to. But the engineers rushing and fix it. So apologies for that. Many thanks to Benjamin Mina, to James Owe, to Henry Ogugo, to you from the call lines, the SMS portal, and the WhatsApp portal for your reactions. Let's do this again tomorrow, 5 p.m. Open the studios for the coverage of the Nigeria-Guinea-Bissau match. And then Nigerians will be hoping Nigeria will win emphatically and top that group. My name remains Reliable Reliance Udayin. 6:30 a.m. Sport Star comes your way. Do well to join us then. Up next is going to be news updates at 6 p.m. And yeah, good evening.
Are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good evening. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Dave Robert. The Nigerian Air Force says airstrikes undertaken by the Nigerian Air Component of Operation Well Punch neutralized a well-known terrorist and kidnap kingpin, popularly known as Janari, and several members of his syndicate.